So ladies and gentlemen, as we gather here today, we gather to confront a challenge. We're not here just for debate. We're here to find out if technology, if data, if innovation, if ideation, if our collective brain power can help us all find a way out of the circumstances that we are currently ensnared in. Now, for all of you joining us, our research shows that the main preoccupation of anybody who has anything to do with the tourism industry in any fashion, the main preoccupation is really rather simple. Where are the tourists? Where are the source markets? These tourists, where do they want to go? Can we attract them to us? What do these tourists want? And is there a way of getting people moving safely, securely, and within of effective regulations? And it is in the face of this visceral need, ladies and gentlemen, that the Abu Dhabi Tourism and Data Analytics Forum 2021 is going to try and chart a way forward. Look, we know you're not here for the rhetoric. You're here for concrete answers. And we're going to do our level best to oblige today. So ladies and gentlemen, this occasion really is a special one. And so we thought, what better way to mark it than by introducing some special spokespeople. So let's start up by inviting a representative from the Department of Culture and Tourism, Abu Dhabi, and they're a key driver behind this event. So the representative that I want to introduce to you, to your virtual applause, is a senior business analyst. She works in the business intelligence department of that organization. Please join me in very warmly, virtually welcoming Mariam Al-Zabi.
Thank you, Hisham, for your introduction. أصحاب المعالي، أصحاب السعادة، السيدات والسادة الحضور، يسرني في دائرة الثقافة والسياحة أبو ظبي الترحيب بكم في النسخة الثانية من منتدى أبو ظبي للسياحة وتحليل البيانات. يوفر هذا المنتدى منصة علمية ومعرفية لاستعراض ومناقشة أحدث توجهات تحليل البيانات في قطاع السياحة، فضلاً عن إتاحة الفرصة أمام الشركاء لبحث المنهجيات الجديدة والتحديات الكبرى في القطاع. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Department of Culture and Tourism Abu Dhabi, I would like to welcome you all to the second Abu Dhabi Tourism and Data Analytics Forum. Today's event has been created as a platform for dialogue and engagement covering all the latest trend in data analytics as they relate to tourism industry. It's also a place for all stakeholders to integrate, collaborate, and investigate new methodologies in the industry. But before we begin today's forum, it's my honor to invite His Excellency Saud Al-Hosani, the Undersecretary of DCT Abu Dhabi, to say a few words.
The second Abu Dhabi Tourism and Data Analytical Forum reflects on Abu Dhabi commitment to reinforcing our position as an innovative global tourism destination. This event will help us leverage the latest in data and technological advancement to collectively curate solutions and best practices with an aim to support a sustainable future for the tourism industry, data scientists and researchers. And I look forward to hear everyone's thoughts on the latest advancement and trends in tourism analytics. I'm eager to see what comes out of this creative and collaborative event for Abu Dhabi and for our tourism industry. The uncertainties and challenges of 2020 have forced us, inspired us all to adopt and find new ways of working together. We must continue to innovate and find fresh reserve of resilience, agility, and creativity. I also believe that the dialogue and engagement resulting from this forum will have far-reaching implications for tourism ecosystem of the Emirates. Data and analytics are the fuel that drives the various operating models of tourism sectors and are key assets to achieving our aspirations. By allowing us to better understand our audience, they have a vital role to play in the recovery of the tourism sector across the board. The ability to leverage the data and analytics to evolve our tourism offering is no longer a luxury, but a necessity for us to advance our agenda and reach our ambitious goals for the Emirates. DCT Abu Dhabi has always believed in the power of data and analytics for the tourism sector, and its crucial value became even more apparent over the past year. As a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, the tourism sector has continues to face one of the greatest challenges of all the time. Throughout 2020, data analytics helped us identify specific challenges, issues, concerns faced by consumers and our business partner. As a result, we are able to tailor our response by creating efficient and timely initiatives and campaigns that meet the needs of our stakeholders on personalized level. DCT Abu Dhabi has adopted a rigorous data-driven approach to continuously assess and redesign journeys across all touchpoints, from booking museum tickets to the submission of license application to our internal day-to-day operation. In the past year, we launched a series of successful tech-enabled initiatives. Our new virtual exploration platform, Stay Curious, provide audience worldwide with original educational and entertainment content on one of comprehensive platform. The platform was designed so audience around the world could get a taste of the Emirates' unique ambience and hospitality through an interactive 360 degrees experience that transported them into a world of sunshine, stunning views, and non-stop entertainment from comfort of their own homes. We also launched Cultural All platform, an online platform where viewers can experience our cultural destinations virtually and hear from leading voices through talks and discussions. We transitioned our flagship art fair, Abu Dhabi Art, mainly online, utilizing a unique combination of cultural expertise and technological abilities to create a new kind of online art fair and event. To better support small businesses and promote their offers to wider audience, we partnered with the CAM application, which provides a comprehensive range of government services. Through one angle, we have minimized administrative licenses processes for businesses, and we are working on creating an online centralized ticketing platform for all our assets. Data analytics is an essential pillar of our strategy that will enable us to achieve our ambitious long-term targets for Abu Dhabi. Fueled by research and insights, I feel confident that we will be achieving our goals of developing the Emirates into a front-of-mind tourist destinations with the targeted 23 million visits per year by 2030. DCT Abu Dhabi has always embraced on a human-centered approach to innovation, aiming to improve the experience of our stakeholders, from tourists to local business owners. Leveraging data is a key to this process, and if used effectively, can translate to personalized offer tailored to our international and domestic tourists. In addition to using data as a predictive tool to forecast future trends, it can also be used in real time to anticipate and respond to tourist needs nearly immediately. I would like to conclude by thanking you for participating, collaborating, and sharing your ideas. In 2021, I look forward to foster the innovative spirit that we embraced in 2020, thinking creatively to convince to pioneering new ways to develop our industry. Enjoy the forum. Thank you all.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for joining us today.
Yes, thank you very much, Your Excellency, for your inspiring words, for setting the tone for all of us as we take our sessions forward today. We're going to use your words as inspiration and a bit of a template to carry the discussion forward. And ladies and gentlemen, that makes us even more excited to bring you our very first session for the day in just a few moments. Stay with us, don't go anywhere. We'll see you right back just after this. So to help us communicate a bit more effectively, we've come up with a stratagem. First off, at the start of every session, we're going to put up a poll question for you to solicit your opinions on a few things. So the question will always flash up on the right of your Microsoft Teams interface. It'll slide in, you'll see it quick and easy. Now, we'd like you to answer that question, and towards the end of our sessions, we will then pick up your answers and analyze them with the experts to see if they if you were thinking the same way that we were thinking here in the studio and all around the world. One more thing, we do want your participation in what is going on today. We'd want you to come in with your thoughts. We'd want you to come in with your questions and your input. And in order to do that, I'd request that you scroll down from the streaming screen that you're seeing. So from the broadcast screen, below that, you will see a form where you can enter your details and your questions. Now, before I take you into session one, let me just give you a little hint, a bit of a teaser. We've got a special interview coming up later with a powerful dignitary from a country that has done more than most to manage their tourism inflows using a mix of technology and prudent policy making, but more on that later. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we're very excited to hop right into our first session. Now, data analytics is sort of in the name of our forum, so we thought we'd start by living up to that name. So without further ado, our first session, Abu Dhabi Tourism with Google. How do you use data to drive business insights? So let's get right into it. Let's bring it home straight away. How can data help us address pressing questions? How can it help us promote Abu Dhabi and the UAE as key destinations, for example? And for all of you joining us, what you'd like to know, I'm assuming, is, well, where are the tourists? And how can we get them here to boost our recovery? And also, perhaps a few insights into, what sentiment is like globally, what people are searching for, what they think about travel. Will they travel if given a chance? Now, the way that this session is going to work is that we're going to have a keynote speech by our speaker, followed by a brief Q&A session. So make sure you send in your thoughts as well. Your selected questions will flash up on the screen. Now, but before we continue, before you send in your questions, we're going to be sending you a question. So as discussed, there's a poll question that is coming up on your screen, and that is, quite simply, what do you think people associate with Abu Dhabi? And you'll see that you've got options. Is it sun and beach, desert, safety and security, skyscrapers? Now remember, this is for a global audience, and so we just want to know what the associated words with brand Abu Dhabi are. So send us those, fill in those questions. We'll discuss them with our expert later. And speaking of expert, I want a very warm virtual welcome for our speaker. She is the Principal Industry Analyst for Government and Telco MENA at Google. Join me in warmly welcoming Zongul Cengiz.
Thank you very much, Hisham, for this warm introduction. And it's my great pleasure and honor to be part of this forum today, representing Google, Middle East, North Africa. I have been working with DCT and ministries of tourism for the past and travel and tourism sector for the past 9 years in Google and 6 years particularly with Abu Dhabi Tourism. And I have seen a tremendous effort from the Abu Dhabi government to make it happen. And this is fantastic. I feel that being part of this journey has been a tremendous experience and very positive one, because I've been able to see how Abu Dhabi has evolved in the past 6 years as a destination, as a tourist destination, and as a place to visit, to attract culture, people that are interested by culture, by unique experiences. So it's my great honor to be here today and to give you a little bit of insights into what Google is doing with Abu Dhabi and what the people working in the tourism sector can use to benefit their businesses in the travel and tourism ecosystem. I'll be showing you my slides. So today we'll be discussing Abu Dhabi Tourism with Google, how to use data to drive business insights. When it comes to Google, everything is related to data. Data is the fuel, like for tourism recovery. His Excellency mentioned data is the fuel that will help with tourism recovery. But data is also the fuel that Google has, because everything that we do is based on data. So today we'll take you through a journey as well in this session, where we'll talk about the global changes, what happened to the world of tourism in the last year, and what are the latest trends that are happening, and where are the opportunities for Abu Dhabi, and what solutions Google has made available for people working in the tourism industry to be able to prepare for travel recovery and seize the opportunities where they exist. Next slide, please. Yes. So, as you know, many of you have heard this before as well. UNWTO has published a few reports as well about it. The tourism sector, when the COVID-19 hit the world, ultimately in January, February, March, the tourism sector was the first and the most affected sector in the world, because the aim of all the governments was to limit the movement of the people. As an effect, what happened is that tourism arrivals, international flights have decreased 70 to 75%. This has impacted the tourism sector heavily, to the point that travel was reduced to the levels of the 1990s, 30 years back. What happened in 1990s? I mean, please set yourself back to the 1990s for the ones who have lived that long. 1990s, is also the year of the end of the Soviet Union, communism. People were feeling safe to travel again because there was an economic boom in the US, and people were feeling safe to travel again to Moscow, for example, after the collapse of the Soviet Union. So, 1990s travel was different because the travel trends were different. They evolve as well. So, people with a lot of revenue were able to take a flight to go out, whereas nowadays taking a flight was a common doing until COVID-19 hit the world. It has impacted the economies that were heavily reliant on tourism and travel, whose GDP depended mostly on it. The islands have been devastated devastated, and because of the tourism lockdowns, people could not fly to those holiday destinations. Places like Mexico, like Spain, who depend which depend also very much on tourism, have been directly affected by these measures taken by the governments. And also it has impacted jobs. 100 million jobs have been affected or at risk of being laid off because of the COVID-19 situation, which started 15 months ago. Next slide, please. Thank you very much. So in 2020, when we look at air travel queries, all the queries that are related to flight bookings, flight searches, have decreased 62%. In Google, we are able to check, where people are searching from, what type of queries they are, users are searching from, and what type of queries they are searching for a specific destination. And we are able to, thanks to AI, thanks to our backend data, to be able to divide those queries automatically. And we're able to say, okay, this falls into air travel category, this falls into hotel category, this falls into travel and generic destination activities, holiday activities. So we're able to see what are the trends from X destination to X destination, or globally, on a long-term basis. As we go immediately, as His Excellency was saying, we have to be agile, because the data that we have is real time as well. We're able at Google to give those real-time insights by looking here. It's the graph coming from Destination Insights, which is a tool that we made public, and I will go more over it at the end of this presentation. So we saw that 62%, there was a 62% year-over-year decline in air travel queries. Additionally, what happened in the last year is that people have been searching for government travel restrictions, safety questions, quarantine rules. Everybody's a bit confused into what are those changing rules? What do I need to do to be able to travel? Will I be able to travel again? And where is it safe to travel now? Those informations have been, users globally have been asking them to try to find the most accurate information. But what comes out as well is that there is an overload of information, and because of the constantly changing regulations, the most updated information sometimes has been a struggle to find. And then in most recently in December, when the mass vaccination campaign started, the queries that came globally from travel and vaccine correlation have increased 672%, which means that people have been searching for, if I get my vaccine, if I am vaccinated, or whether do I have to get vaccinated to be able to travel again. Travel is a need that people have, and they have been in lockdowns for a year, and they are looking to travel, to do that big travel this year. Thanks to this mass vaccination campaign, they see a little bit of hope to meet their needs. Next slide, please. Thank you. So government regulations is the main roadblock to be able to move. And as you can see, this roadblock is also, it's a global roadblock, because when you look at February map of 2021, most countries were partially or totally restrictive to travel. And the only difference you would see 1 month later this was the latest one I checked for IATA, is that only one country moved from totally restrictive to partially restrictive. I don't know if you'll be able to spot it, but it's Madagascar. So most countries nowadays have a restriction in place for tourists to travel. You need to do a PCR, safety measures, quarantine rules. All of them depend and affect the way people decide to travel or not. Next slide, please. However, good news is that the UAE has been recovering and being able to attract travelers amid the COVID-19 crisis, and other islands like Seychelles, Maldives have been able to recover the levels of travel queries they had before the COVID-19 pandemic started. So UAE is in a good place, and there is hope that outbound travel is going to recover. Next slide, please. Sooner rather than later. Yeah. You know, when we look at what type of questions people were asking when it comes to travel in 2019 and all the way to now, it has also evolved. The most asked question in 2019, showing how popular being, a travel agent was. It was a lifestyle that was very attractive in 2019. That was the most asked question globally on Google when it comes to travel, how to become a travel agent. So this has changed completely in 2020. When can we travel again? When will international travel resume? People are longing for these answers. They just want to get back to their life as it used to be, which was traveling without any restrictions. People also, as a fun fact, we added there, in the past year, they have been searching for traveling near a destination. So domestic travel also became a very popular option for people to replace their need to travel abroad. Next slide, please. Yes, this you might have seen it, whenever there is a terrorist attack, whenever there is a pandemic or a kind of sickness in travel gets affected, but ultimately it picks up again. This year with the COVID-19 pandemic, it's been a huge drop in when you look at website traffic visits to travel and tourism websites, you will see that there is a 40% decrease. But then when we look at other websites, travel visits, this year they had at least 10% year-over-year growth. So as you can see, travel has been the most affected, but it will always recover, because this is part of people's lifestyle. They will continue to travel, but somewhat differently maybe. Next slide, please. So let's look at what type of aspirations people have when it comes to travel in 2021. What will drive people to travel this year? They haven't been holidaying for a year, or they have been doing domestic travel only and limited time only, but they are looking for that big holiday experience abroad. And they will not mind paying a little bit more to be able to get the exclusive experience, the longer holiday that they would like to take as a family, and have sustainable traveling options as well, being aware of your carbon foot, being able to travel to a luxurious resort, being able to continue to work while being in a holiday destination and stay longer ultimately. Next slide, please. What we see through Google data as well is that people are looking for extended vacations and shorter look ahead windows. People used to be users used to search depending on every destination and every country, source country. They used to book in advance. Travel was a completely easy seasonal was following a seasonal calendar. We knew Germans are traveling during spring break. They go on ski trip for winter holidays. They would take their summer holidays when the kids are off school. So the trend was absolutely predictable. I'm working on a different project as well right now, where we're trying to see international tourist arrivals and search queries and try to predict. The exercise is so challenging, and that's what makes the job also very interesting at Google, because seasonality trends that we used to see in the past years are completely dependent on external factors right now, which are, you know, the rules regarding quarantine, the government regulations, the safety measures taken within the country. So when people are going to book for Abu Dhabi as a destination city, they're going to look at longer stays. They used to look at 7 days pre-pandemic, and now they're looking for 10, 11, 12, depending on the source country where they're looking from. On average, 11 days holiday break. Then when they look at Abu Dhabi as a destination globally, any global location, they used to look for almost 2 months in advance. Now it's almost 1 month and a few days. So there is a shorter look ahead window. That doesn't mean they're looking for last minute options. It means that they want to be closer to the date of departure, because unless there is a new restriction in place, they don't want to get stuck in the place where they would be holidaying. So unless these are very much the behaviors that users have to avoid any new restriction from a government or you know, a quarantine rule that changes, because those are so dynamic and they are announced only a few days in advance before they come into effect. And then what they are looking for are, you know, domestic and regional is the biggest one, regional the locations. So if you are based in India, for example, you want to holiday in Abu Dhabi, which is only a few hours away, and you're able to go back to your country quite easily. The flight will be a 4 hours flight. When it's a regional kind of searches, so no more than 6 hours flight would fall under regional. And then when they are looking for domestic, you know, people who are based in Dubai would come to Abu Dhabi to holiday for a long weekend or go to a resort that Abu Dhabi has many remote resorts as well as an offering. And then people would look at you know, more further away destinations, a little bit less than before the pre-pandemic. Next slide, please. And then there are new trends emerging, you know, people, we're talking about leisure, business and leisure. You know, people have been working from home in the past year, and they are looking for ways to be able to work from home, but with a sunny destination or in a different destination to experience something new. So we have heard about south traveling. You know, in Italy, people from the north go to the south, or people from working in London come back to Italy to work from home, for example. This has been done massively for people who are hired in northern countries and go back to the south to work. And then as a response to that, the Abu Dhabi government, the Dubai government, and major EU governments each came up with a virtual program visa 1-year visa or digital nomad visa to be able to address this demand, this new type of tourism / work from home trend. Next slide, please. And what do people do when they want to get answers to their questions? Amid so much uncertainty, they turn to Google to find answers to their questions. And through that, we're able to see the intent of the people. So by searching a certain type of queries, we're able to see at Google what are the trends, what are the intentions of the people, and we're able to address it with the tourism bodies to let them know, oh, people are looking for what they can do in Abu Dhabi. There are billions of queries every day on Google. 15% of each, every day there is 15% of queries that Google receives globally are new queries that have never been seen before. So to be able to respond to people's queries, we are doing approximately 200 to 300 experiments, 200 to 300,000 experiments per year on our search algorithm to provide within 0.5 milliseconds the answer that people are looking for. And when it comes to Abu Dhabi, there are many things that you can do on Google platforms to be able to spot what are the things that are trending, that people are searching for on Google and other tools that I'll be talking about in the next slides. Next slide, please. As I said before, Google is like a library of human intentions. People don't ask their neighbors about, what they would like to find out. They just Google it. And thanks to that, we're able to see what is the intention of the people, of the users. Next slide, please. When it comes to Abu Dhabi, what are the opportunities? Those are evolving all the time, all the time. What we have here on this slide maybe is 10 days old. And if you look at it today using the Google tools that are publicly available, you're able to see that there is a contrast as well. Those are evolving all the time. That's why real-time data is extremely important to be able to make on-the-spot judgments into what you would like to take as a measure to be able to attract tourists into your destination. When it comes to Abu Dhabi, compared to last year, of course, as every destinations globally, the queries have dropped drastically. But there are still a lot of, more than 200K queries for Abu Dhabi as a destination city from locations all over the world. And week over week, that query volume for air queries, for accommodation queries is increasing. So the interest for Abu Dhabi week over week is evolving. People want to come and visit Abu Dhabi. When you look at the fastest growing interest for flights in Abu Dhabi in the past 4 weeks, Madrid was on top, and I can tell you that the flights from Madrid to Abu Dhabi were absolutely full. I'm not sure if it's, that's the beauty of my job as well. The what's happening in the world, and currently the king of Spain came to Abu Dhabi, and the princesses came as well. So this attracted a lot of attention from the public in Spain, and I can tell you that. People are curious to visit Abu Dhabi, and it's showing as well when it comes to the queries that we see. Air travel queries are being checked a lot from Madrid or from Spain to Abu Dhabi right now. This is a current trend. It's changing constantly. The more we speak in the media about a destination, the more it raises interest as well. Next slide, please. When it comes to the type of hotel queries that we get, of course, for Abu Dhabi, majority, you wouldn't see the same graph for other destinations. Hotels, hotels, hotels. 90% of the queries are hotels, and only 9% are vacation rentals. The more cheaper options like hostel, B&B, and so on, the offering is more limited for Abu Dhabi, and it's not the type of the users that are searching for Abu Dhabi accommodation are looking for more upmarket offering as well. So even though it has decreased, it's still compared to last year, it's recovering week over week as well. Next slide, please. Now, Abu Dhabi, you know, as a destination, experienced the COVID-19 as well, of course, and it dropped as well, but it's a great opportunity for Abu Dhabi. Abu Dhabi has the offering that many travelers globally are now searching for. They are looking for luxurious trends, exclusive stays, remote locations, and Abu Dhabi is a huge emirate with a lot of remote offering. And then people are looking for sustainable traveling, you know, having less impact on the environment. And, you know, there are many resorts that are environmentally friendly in Abu Dhabi. And then they're looking for outdoor activities, and those offerings are also available in Abu Dhabi through safaris, to desert camping, through many other offering like the cultural side as well of Abu Dhabi, the Abu Dhabi Louvre, and then you know, the Guggenheim that will open soon. So those are all the offering that Abu Dhabi is offering for tourists. Are all things that people are looking for, and it's the trend for 2021. Next slide, please. When we look at 2020, other ministries of tourism and so on have been active in promoting tourism to video as well. And they got so much attention because when you look at YouTube, even though search queries have decreased dramatically when it comes to air travel and accommodation, but not travel in general, only 15% drop compared to the year before when it comes to travel in general, because people still continue dreaming of travel. You know, they are wondering about a destination. They kept on searching, although, you know, only 15% year over year less, but it's not as dramatic as air booking queries. And then when you look at YouTube or video platforms in general, that was the opposite trend. People you know, wanted to see images of travel to or trying to travel virtually as well. And as you can see, some videos from ministries of tourism that did not remain silent during the COVID-19 outbreak got so much attention. Imagine your Korea with a funky dance. We had GIFs with the videos, but it's been modified in the presentation. You're able to see you know, the colors of Korea, the colors of Turkey, the colors of Indonesia and Bali. And this has been engaging viewers. Over 70% of marketers claim that video produces more conversions when it comes to you know, any other contents. It's easier to spread your message through video. And on YouTube, what we saw, the travel video views have increased by almost 30% in 2020. From 12 billion views we had in travel, we received 16 billion views when it comes to travel content on Google, on YouTube, globally. Next slide, please. And then here is the interesting part for many of you. Google tools can help you understand your consumer's intent. What are the tools that are available, publicly available for anyone? Next slide, please. I'll take you through a few of them. Next slide, please. Yes. I'll start with, Google consumer surveys. We're using them, and anybody can set up a Google consumer survey to see what our target audience in any country is looking, or is, this is a survey where they claim, and you can give multiple options and they can decide what they want to answer. So users on Google suddenly get a pop-up and they can answer your question. If you wanted to get an insight into, what people think of my destination, for example, or if they would come to a hotel in Abu Dhabi, would they prefer a hotel with this offering or this offering? So you get a quick insight into what people from a target country, graphic if you want, prefer. Then you have Google Trends, which is an old tool that is completely, anybody can use it. You just type Google Trends and you type any topic that you want from any location or any search term that you want, and you can see the seasonal trends for those terms, the related topics that come with those terms from any country within a certain time frame or up to today. This is for any topic. It's not travel specific. But the next one, travel and destination insights, we, when travel was hit so hard internally at Google, we thought of a tool that people can use to be able to get insights into their travel destination. It was very, it took a few months of work to be able to set it up and make it publicly available. And it became, in December 2020, publicly available to people. If you type travel insights with Google, there is a platform, a new platform with 3 tools. You slide down the page and you see 3 tools. The first tool is called Destination Insights. The second tool is called Hotel Insights, and the third tool is called Travel Analytics with Google. I'm going to focus on the first and second tool, which is Destination Insights and Hotel Insights. Destination Insights allows you to enter any country, to any source country, to any destination country, and any time frame, and you are able to see what are the countries in the world or in a specific location looking for when it comes to your destination. When we did the exercise a few months back, when they announced that Qatar and UAE were restarting the political relations, within that same week, the country that got the highest interest to travel to Abu Dhabi was Qatar. So you can see live where the travel demand is coming from when it comes to air and accommodation queries. And this tool is available to anyone to use anytime. I can send you also the link if there is a chat option. Or then there is the Hotel Insights, where you can enter your destination and you can see where is the demand coming from when it comes to global demand or domestic demand, and where you should target your message as a marketeer to attract people to use your services as a hotel, as an accommodation offering. Then we have Think with Google, where we have a platform where you can test your mobile site speed. You can get insights into the latest when it comes to marketing a destination, marketing for a travel and tourism entity. Then you have Keyword Planner. If you want to attract people to your website, what are the keywords that you should be using? And then you can simply use, you don't need to be a master on marketing to be able to use Google Autocomplete. You start writing Abu Dhabi and see what are the long tail keywords that come up from google.co.uk, from google.fr, or any keyword, and you look at the suggestions, because those are the most trending keywords right now. That gives you an insight into what type of trending topics around your destination, to find out those trending topics. Next slide, please. I'm not sure if we removed the next slide. Yes, it's well. This is the deep dive on the destination insights. It's supposed to be a video, but it's not working. So the destination insights tool, I invite you all to go and check it out. Enter your origin country, destination country, trip type. Is it international or domestic? And demand category, air travel or accommodation, to be able to see within a certain time frame what is the demand looking like. It's absolutely visually appealing as well. Next slide, please. I'm sure there isn't. Oh, that's it. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Zongul, what a whole lot to take in. Big, robust conversation. In fact, there was so much deep and rich, engaging insight coming out of that particular session that we decided to extend it just a little bit. And in lieu of doing a live Q&A, as was our first ambition, what we're going to do is ask you to get in touch using the form below the big broadcast screen and submit your queries so that we can take a look at them and ask Zongul to answer in her own time. Lots to take away, lots to digest, lots for all of you to think about. And so to help you do that, I think what we're going to do is we're going to give you the opportunity to make a quick cup of coffee. So let's take just a little break for a couple of minutes, and we'll be right back with your next session where we continue this knowledge-packed deep dive.
Still your heart. Take a deep breath. Taste something familiar. Try it in whole new ways. Take new paths. Take your soul for a spin. Turn your world upside down. Skip a beat. Skim. Submerge. Or simply be. Shed your yesterdays. Search for something. Anything. Everything. Spread your wings. Savor the sublime. Say your piece in silence. Create countless memories. Relive them endlessly. Visit Abu Dhabi.
So the top line that we are now going to be discussing in this upcoming session, which I'm terribly excited about, is how do we leverage data analytics to help the tourism industry get back on its feet? Because you see, and experts agree, but what we believe here is that numbers can sometimes kind of be like people, in the sense that if you poke and prod and mislead them enough, they will tell you pretty much anything. So the order of the day is, what numbers can we use to make sense of this world, this COVID world, and this world that we're heading to post-COVID? And where do these numbers come from? And then once we figured out where these numbers are coming from, how do we analyze them? And before I introduce a wonderful speaker who's going to help us with all these conversations and questions, we've got a question for you. So here is your poll question for this particular session. So based on data that you've been exposed to throughout the past year, when would you expect the tourism industry to reach pre-pandemic levels? So basically, we're looking at just a good old-fashioned return to 2019. When do you think this is going to happen, us getting back to those levels? Will it be by 2022, do you think? Do you think it'll be by 2023 or 2024? Do you think it will take as long as 2025? Or will we even go beyond that? Now, to help us answer these questions and make sense of what the numbers are telling us, and also help us explore a path to recovery, I'm very pleased to introduce our speaker. He is a senior analyst at OAG. Please join me in warmly, virtually welcoming John Grant. John, it's very good to see you.
Hi, how are you?
All very well. John, to get started, why don't you give us a quick little introduction of yourself and what OAG does, and then I believe that you've got some really fascinating data insights to share with us.
Well, I hope I have. Yes, good morning, everyone. So OAG are the world's largest suppliers and aggregators of aviation data, from the airline schedules to on-time performance and flight status information, and also from airline booking data. So with 80 years history, 30 years of data available, and 330 days into the future, we sit in the middle of the travel ecosystem in a vitally important role.
And when you're in the middle of this travel ecosystem, tell us about the trends you're seeing and the data that you're seeing. Show us some pictures.
Yeah, just rapid change. The dynamics that we experience today, the speed with which data is being sent to us, and airlines are changing schedules and changing aircraft types and having routes closed and new routes opened. It's never been busier. It's completely dynamic. And of course, today in many parts of the world is the day when the clocks change. So all the airlines change their schedules as well. So it's a really, really busy day today.
Completely fascinating, and we're really looking forward to you painting a deeper, richer picture. You did mention that you had some slides to share with us, yes?
Yep. Are they coming up on the screen, or
there they are?
Yeah. Super. So let me begin. So to your key question, data overload, making sense of too much data. We in OAG get thousands and thousands of pieces of data every second. And we find it hard to comprehend and keep up with things. So it must be hard for the end users as much as it is for us. So let's move on. I wanted to put this slide up just really to begin to tell you how deep and long the crisis and the pandemic has been. And here you see an industry that has been desperate to recover from a crisis for the last 12 months. These are the geographic regions of the world, and the percentages you see are the levels of actual capacity that are being operated each month from April of last year through to March of this year. And as you can see, most parts of the world are hovering at less than 50% of their normal capacity. The one exception being Asia, and that's no surprise. For those of you with long memories, you may remember that Asia was the first part of the world to experience COVID-19, so they're slightly further ahead in the curve. But there's also been some quite significant ways that Asia has adapted to COVID-19, particularly from an airline perspective. But I think one of the stark things that you should be aware of here is that this is just seat capacity. This is not demand. And we know that demand has been impacted even more severely than capacity. For those of you who were flying in 2019, you will remember smelling the armpit of the traveller next to you. Now, when you check in for a flight, you're not asked what seat you would like, but what row would you like to yourself. The world has changed dramatically, and demand is really sluggish and very low compared to the capacity on offer from the airlines. And just as one example, Singapore Airlines have been operating with 9% passenger load factors for the last few months. So it's a desperate time for the airline industry. But if you look at the changes in capacity week on week, as you can see in this slide, This is also an industry that is becalmed with no real positivity around growth. Yes, we've seen positive messages from Asia. We are seeing positive messages from the United States, where domestic travel is booming and capacity is booming, and holiday makers are taking advantage of the spring break. But in Western Europe, one of the largest markets in the world for capacity, we continue to run at less than 25% of the normal levels of production across the whole of Western Europe. And the impact on the tourism sector, the impact on the travel sector is significant. And there continues to be immense doubt and confusion about when capacity and air services will return to the skies. The fascinating point about COVID-19 is that this is a pandemic. And because it is a pandemic, it is traveling around the world at a different pace. And no two countries in the world are at the same stage in their COVID events. Brazil is entering another significant phase of COVID activity with thousands of people dying per day, whereas in Western Europe, travellers are being vaccinated, and in the United States, people are travelling. And because of that, authorities, governments, regulators adjust entry requirements at a moment's notice. And this creates huge confusion for the airlines and for the travellers and damages consumer confidence significantly. For airlines, they have no idea what will be happening in 3 months or 4 months' time. Many of them have no idea what will be happening in 2 months' time, particularly if you fly international services across your network. Consequently, consumer confidence is absolutely shattered. I saw some statistics last week that said 59% of travellers in China are booking air flights less than 4 days before travel. Now that is a classic business travel pattern and behaviour, but we know these are actually leisure travellers who are waiting until the last moment to buy their ticket. They know that airfares are cheap, they know that capacity is cheap, and they know that regulators close the doors at short notice. So they wait until the last minute to book their flight. And for an airline, that is incredibly difficult to predict and to manage. And that then ripples through the travel ecosystem to the hotel operator, to the ground transfer operator, to the restaurants in the resorts who are trying to plan for the recovery of international visitors and tourism to their markets. Which leads to this picture here. And I'd ask you to focus on the right-hand side where the bar chart is, because what this is showing us is that typically around 20 to 25% of global capacity is currently being withdrawn from the reservation systems by airlines at less than 8 weeks before the intended day of travel. So what does that mean? It means if I am a traveller and I book a flight to today, I have potentially between a 1 in 4 and a 1 in 5 chance of my flight being cancelled because of a change of schedule, a lack of demand, a country closing, or the airline consolidating their flights. And we have seen very, very different patterns by airlines around the world. So as much as we talk about COVID-19 being a global pandemic and behaving differently in different markets, airlines behave differently in different markets. International cancellations and changes to reservations and schedules are typically at less than 4 weeks' notice. But domestic changes up to 2 days before the service runs. Schedules, anything more than 2 months in advance, are placeholders. And of course, consumer confidence is completely shattered by that circle of change, a vicious circle of airlines responding to changes in legislation and authorities and consumers changing to airline behaviour. And consequently, we see significant changes in market structures. Domestic capacity has been less impacted than international capacity. As a consequence, the share of domestic seats being offered around the world has increased from 23% in April 2019 to around 1/3 of all capacity at this moment in time. The problem for airlines is that typically domestic flights are not very profitable. They are lower margin. Many of those domestic seats traditionally provide access to international connectivity, but we have seen airlines pivot their networks, particularly in places like China, so they can operate flights and continue to generate cash, which is most important to them at the moment. And we have also seen low-cost airlines being much more flexible and much more creative in how they have recovered and operated their schedules. So we define airlines by either being a legacy carrier or a low-cost carrier. And you can see that the share of low-cost airline capacity has increased from 17% to 21%. And although that is only a 4 percentage point differential, it is a reflection of how flexible these carriers are. And people have asked me before, who will recover quickest? And I have no doubt it is low-cost airlines who operate point-to-point services that have access to domestic as well as international services. And legacy carriers will return, but it will take them a longer period of time. And as I say, no two airlines, rather like any two countries, have responded the same way. Here, I've given you some data on 3 airlines from the Middle East that we're all very aware of, global brands with great quality products, Emirates, Etihad and Qatar. And you can see how many of their aircraft are currently in service and how many are what they term as rested. Every CEO who's been into the COVID-19 pandemic has had to grapple with different parameters, changes, issues within their organization, cash flow, cash reserves, and they've all started from different positions. And the results have been, as an experiment, a fascinating business management exercise. Some have successfully flipped their business to cargo, such as Qatar Airways and Emirates, and some have continued to operate despite the fact that demand has been significantly suppressed, in the hope that they would carry those few people who wanted to travel, but at much higher airfares, and therefore generate some cash that would cover the cost of the flight. Many closed their operations, and even today, as we rebuild out from COVID-19, somewhere around 15% of the world's airlines who were flying this time last year have yet to restart operations. So it continues to be a significant event for many. And we've seen different airlines behave in different ways. So here is an example for Qatar Airways. Initially, they attempted to operate through the whole pandemic, with cargo a valuable contributor to their network. The other thing that was very, very helpful for Qatar Airways is the mix of aircraft they have, the type of aircraft they operate, from the very large A380s to Airbus A321s. So they were able to right size their fleet to the demand and the markets that they could operate to. They're currently operating at 60% of their pre-COVID levels, but they continue to fly to 90% of their destinations. So they have retained their network breadth, but they have reduced the amount of capacity that they have seen. And that is a strategy that has not been pursued by every airline. Many other airlines have focused on key flows of traffic for them. And as a result, Qatar Airways have been praised by many, glowing admiration for their efforts to continue flying. But the reality is, does it pay the bills and does it generate enough revenue for them? And by comparison, here is the way that capacity has changed from the major two areas in the United Arab Emirates. Traditionally, these airlines pivoted capacity between the Northern Hemisphere, Western Europe, North America, and Southeast Asia and Australasia. But if one half of that seesaw is closed, they cannot get access to it, then one half of their business is effectively being switched off. They lose access to those valuable connecting flows. And that has been extremely frustrating. And that is today, Emirates are no longer flying to Australia because of the challenges of operational requirements and restrictions. But the issue will be, how does that connecting traffic come back? Will we see stopover traffic in Abu Dhabi again? Will we see people taking a 3-day break on their way to Australia in Dubai? These are fascinating recovery strategies where tourism boards, destination marketing organizations are going to have to think about how they relight those particular segments. But one thing I think is really important to understand, the airline capacity recovery is about more than just vaccinations. So in the table on the left-hand side, you can see the growth in vaccinations that have taken place in two countries, the United States and the United Kingdom. And from a zero-based position on the 1st of January, you can see the accelerated rate of vaccinations that have taken place in both countries. And these are two of the leading countries in the world in terms of vaccination rates per capita. On the right-hand side, you can see how capacity has grown as the vaccinations have been applied to the local populations. And you can see that in the United States, capacity is now 20% higher than it was on the 1st of January. In the United Kingdom, it is virtually the same level. In fact, apart from a few percentage points, the country remains locked down. And the reason? International borders, international processes, international protocols. And until we accept vaccination passports, we adopt globally recognized standards of control and processing, every international market will remain in this lockdown. And this is just one example of the challenge we face. It is not about vaccinations. It is an important part of the recovery, but it is as much about international acceptance of each other's vaccinations and developing a common travel vaccination passport. So we're bombarded with data. The one thing the last 12 months has given us is much more free data. It's widely available. We can overload ourselves with data. Every day my head spins with another data point, another piece of information. It's a necessary evil. We need the data, but are we waiting for too much data? Are we holding on for another piece of data when actually we need to filter out noise and we need to provide insights quickly that we can use to make management decisions and change our strategies and flex and bend as we need to. And, you know, we're seeing new data points coming up. So what do we do about all of this? It's so hard. There's so much happening. In OAG, we've developed a dashboard that has the concept of taking people on a journey, taking the insights on a journey, so we understand about travel planning, we understand about travel searches, travel bookings, and travel intent. And it's trying to distill the data into the key points that we need. So with that in mind, this dashboard, which is, something that I think many people would be able to use and create their own. It doesn't necessarily have to be on an OAG platform or environment. But by having this information freely available and sharing it amongst all stakeholders, it allows us to make decisions rather than discuss data. How many times have we been to meetings where we all discuss the data rather than discuss what we are going to do with that data? So this dashboard, as you can see here, has examples of some consumers research that you can break down by nationalities. It has stuff around intended booking profiles, what markets are looking for bookings, where your source markets are behaving, are they growing, how long people want to stay, and it allows tourism boards, destination marketing organizations to understand what is going on in their market. And all I would say to you is just focus on the key data points that you have. And you can change these as you need to. You could have a video link. You could have a Vox Pop here where you have a monthly interview with a key decision maker. Ultimately, can data aid the tourism recovery? Well, absolutely. We are going to have to rely on tourism data and all of the data points we have, but we need to apply our filters. We need to apply some logic and some sense and not worry about the last valuable piece of information. And that data changes every day. Whilst I've been speaking to you, OAG will have had airlines changing their schedules, and that will have an impact on some market somewhere in the world. Focus, put your efforts in the right places, and finally use the data to make quick action-based decisions. I think the most important thing is not to get caught in the weeds of the data, but use the data to provide the insight from which you then act. And I think that is the most important thing I can suggest to you as we move forward out of COVID-19, the pandemic, and we recover back to 2019 levels.
Well, thank you very much for that, John. Lots of things, again, to think about and unpack, but we loved your big idea about using data, not getting caught up in the weeds, and making prompt decisions using the right data. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to throw this over to you and say, let's put that immediately into practice. So now you tell us, using the data, what sort of forecast are we looking at for the next, say, 2 months? Any idea on what's going to happen, say, the next 5? Where are we going from here?
Would I be a betting man? To be honest, I see no significant recovery in global capacity for at least the next quarter, so April through to the end of June. There is just too many unknowns and uncertainties, and if you drill it down to specific countries, you may see some optimism, but in balance, I don't see us growing. Beyond that, third quarter of this year, I can see perhaps a 10 to 15% uptick in global capacity, but by the year end, I could still see us being at between 30 and 35% below the levels of capacity we saw in 2019. This is a long way, and demand is going to track behind capacity.
So when you say demand's going to track behind capacity, so what we're essentially saying is that there will always be more capacity than there is demand.
There will be the Friday afternoon peak flight for business travelers, if there is any business travel. But there is, if you want to buy an airfare, there is no better time to buy an airfare. It's a great opportunity. Your flight may change, but compared to what interest you could get in a bank today, I'm not a financial advisor, I stress, but some of the deals you get to will not see for decades.
Well, so there you go. You can grab a quick little bit of a flight if you felt so inclined. We saw a very interesting slide in your presentation about how things change a whole lot very rapidly, but also vaccination rates are making or seem to have an impact on flights for obvious reasons. So Are vaccination rates a bit of a factor? Are we seeing some sort of informal travel bubble develop between high vaccination countries versus perhaps those nations that haven't yet managed to get most of their people vaccinated?
I think we haven't yet, but I think it's going to be an interesting development because we have five countries that have much higher vaccination rates per capita: the United States, the United Kingdom, Israel, the United Arab Emirates, and Chile in South America. And they are certainly between the United Kingdom and the United Arab Emirates. You know, we had a corridor that was notionally in existence for a period of time in December. And there is speculation, talk that will happen again. And between the United Kingdom and the United States, there is a lot of pent-up demand for travel. So it is one of the release mechanisms that we have to move forward with quickly. But the travel passport for all international travellers, I think, whether we like it or not, is going to have to be put in place.
And that's really interesting because we do have sessions coming up that will explore this mechanism a bit further in detail. But let me ask you, John, because you're an airlines man, the data is all airlines related. Where are we seeing the recovery potentially? Is it domestic first, regional, or long haul?
It's a great question because I think in the depths of all of this, the obvious conclusion and what I subscribed to was domestics, then regional, and then long haul. And long haul would be a long way away. But as this pandemic has gone on, many people have been very fortunate and have saved quite considerable amounts of what would normally be disposable income. And I think there is a mindset amongst travellers in many age groups and segments that they're either going to hit their bucket list because they're so frustrated, and that may include long haul travel, or they have family, friends and relatives on the other side of the world that they haven't seen for 12 or 15 months and realise they want to see them again. So I think the volume will be in the domestic market, but I don't dismiss long haul travel as having an opportunity to recover.
Now, I'll tell you what, John, I don't know if you saw that, but right before we introduced you and you joined us for this discussion, we asked the audience a poll question. And the poll question was, well, based on everything that they've seen, heard or read, when would they expect tourism to reach pre-pandemic, that's 2019 levels? We said, do you think it had happened by 2022? About 2024, 2025 or beyond still. Before we put up that poll answer, what are your thoughts? You think we're going to see a bit of a recovery by next year, or are you more of a 2025 and beyond sort of man?
Well, from where we are, anything will be a recovery next year. But my perspective is it's going to be 24. There is just so many people who will need to be vaccinated. It's going to be 2024/5.
Well, there you have it, 2024/5. Let's take a look at the poll. Let's see what you people are saying. So it looks like about 33% of you are saying, well, 2022. That's excellent. About the same number are saying 2023/24. Nobody has said beyond 25, and only about I think about 13 or 14% are saying 2025. So if anything, it seems like our audience is slightly more optimistic and is thinking of recovery in a shorter time frame, whereas you, John, believe that it will be about 2024, 2025. But of course, you're looking at it from a global perspective, whereas perhaps more regional recoveries might happen faster.
Yeah, and I'd love to share their optimism. If they're right, that's brilliant. What I think we also need to think about, though, is there will be what I described as a Mexican wave of pent-up demand. And once people have travelled, be that once or twice, we will be in a situation where, we'll get back to conventional travel patterns. And one of the key factors in all of this recovery is actually when do the doors open, because travel demand is quite seasonal. We know that, so if the European airlines miss their summer schedules this year, they will write off next winter. And it will be another 7 months before we come back into that sort of demand period again and cycle.
Well, you make a very good point that obviously this is cyclical, so the summer this year determines, well, winter the next. Well, thank you very much, John. I believe that's all we have time for. A big round of virtual applause, please, for John Grant. He is a senior analyst at OAG. Now, do remember that we've got a special surprise interview coming up later with a dignitary to explore how a particular country, who will remain unnamed for right now, is making the most of several opportunities to do with tourism and remote work. Stay tuned for that. But first, we're heading for our next session, and it is an incredibly interesting discussion on smart travel. And to take you through it, I am delighted to be able to introduce my fellow moderator. Very experienced. She's worked for the BBC, CNN, NBC, CNBC, Bloomberg. The list goes on and on. Hugely passionate about her craft and the discussions that we're having today. You'll be hearing from her soon. Her name is Eve Hester. I'm looking forward to this. Stay with us. Don't go anywhere. We'll be with you in just a moment.
Good morning, everybody, or should I say good afternoon. I'm Eve Hester, and together with Hisham, I'll be taking you through the sessions today. Today, as you've seen, we're grappling with some serious issues, the issues facing the travel and tourism sector in the face of COVID-19, and we're having some open and honest discussions about how data analytics can help tourism get back on its feet. And with that, we go straight into our session entitled Towards Streamlined Smart Travel. And we ask, how will the latest innovations tackle the challenges faced by an industry which, let's face it, is on its knees? How can technology help to get people moving again, underpinned by data analytics? And what does that technology look like? Well, in order to start unpicking these questions, I'm joined by an esteemed panel of experts. David Goodyer is Managing Director of the Tourism Economics Division at Oxford Economics. Pankaj Pagarani is Head of Data Scientists at Publicis Media. And Nilotpal Kanti Sinha is a Senior Data Scientist in the Business Intelligence Department at the Department of Culture and Tourism, Abu Dhabi. But before we start asking these gentlemen their esteemed opinions, we've got some questions for you. And our poll question for this session, Towards Streamlined Smart Travel, is: considering the current environment, what will be the most likely reason for your next trip? Will it be business? Will it be leisure? Will it be family? Or will it be a combination of business and leisure? Now, we'll start with Dave Goodyer. Dave, you're the expert in tourism analysis. Will you please help us to frame this conversation with some big picture views? You've got some ideas about the growth trends, the recovery trends, and the role of technology in those trends.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for the introduction. And yeah, absolutely delighted to be here with you all. Albeit remotely, it is a real shame that we cannot yet get together to share these these views in person yet. I believe I do have some slides that should be shared, but in terms of the big picture, yes, we are indeed looking towards recovery coming this year. It has obviously been a huge impact in terms of what has happened to global travel from the pandemic. Unprecedented falls seen across all different destinations worldwide. Global travel really ground to a almost standstill. So very large drops in activity throughout 2020. So we can see, if we look at our travel forecasts, that we are expecting recovery to start this year. There is growth expected within our baseline forecast in 2021. I'm not sure if you're seeing any of the charts that are available, but there we have it in the left-hand chart that I'm seeing on my screen. That we do see in our baseline for growth starting in 2021, but it is a slow road to recovery. We are seeing the vaccines rolling out. That is really helping to motivate the growth, but it's a slow process on this vaccine rollout, and it's a very uneven process. It's great to see UAE performing well at the moment, as well as my country, the UK, but we are outperforming a lot of markets, and we do need vaccine rollout to be much accelerated across all countries to see a real meaningful opening of borders. We've done a lot of looking at when the vaccines will be rolled out, the time frame that we'll see herd immunity at current vaccination rates. And it's a long time for a lot of countries, unfortunately. And with all the worries about the new strains, that does give us concerns, and there is uncertainty in the outlook, and that could even be downside case. Our baseline forecast is for regaining 2019 levels by 2024. This could come later. It could also come, though, a lot sooner if we're able to rely on other measures, better testing, plus crucially digital solutions, travel passes, travel intelligence. So then, if we can look at the next slide, you can just see some of the real gains that can be determined from digital. We have done a lot of work in this area. This is showing some results of some survey analysis we carried out with Next Factor. This fed into other analysis we've completed with Google to quantify this impact, and it just shows how important destinations view digital engagement. Digital strategy is hugely important, particularly as destinations are moving to much more of a demand management rather than just pure marketing role. We can see that all DMOs saying that digital marketing, monitoring data, platform engagement is extremely important, but also as they get into this marketing role, that collaboration is really, really important, allowing agile digital solutions to be rolled out, different destinations, different stakeholders working together to better reach out, use digital marketing, crowdsourced content to reach travelers while they're dreaming in trusted ways. Loads of different factors on here, which I think will be covered by some of my other colleagues, presenters. I think crucial to this is that middle bar on the left hand. For me, actually, only 65% say that's extremely important. Everything hinges on having the data to be able to understand your travelers, to better engage with them, to understand who's going to best respond to which types of marketing, and reach them more easily. So bringing this all together in a final slide, I just want to share with you this morning that we have looked at what impact this could have. We've looked at this over the history. We've seen use of digital content within our existing travel models. How does this sit alongside all other drivers of demand? And we can see that without better digital engagement over the last 5 years, there would have been a gap. The counterfactual is what would have happened if there wasn't digital, increased digital use. There was that gap. It has driven activity in the past, and it will do this in the future. On the right-hand side, we're seeing the potential additional spend that could be realised across MENA destinations, $32 billion in additional spending that could be gained from better use of digital platforms and data. This is all quantified in a lot of other reports we've got coming that we've produced with Google. And I would like to say, this has been a challenge in writing some of this for the GCC, particularly for UAE, in coming up with recommendations, because there's so much great work already underway that, as you will hear shortly, there's very little that we can say what better to do.
Very much, David, for sharing those insights with us. It's not just the data, it's what we do with the data. And here to tell us about the consumer side of things is Pankaj Pagarani, Head of Data Scientists at Publicis Media. Pankaj, I really like the travel trends that you are researching from the consumer perspective, and you got 6 key trends to tell us about.
That's right. I hope you guys can hear me clearly.
We can hear you.
Yeah. So I'll get started as soon as the slide loads. Great. So thank you, ADTDAF, for having me. Wow, I'm surprised I got it right. My name is Pankaj, and I lead data sciences at Publicis, as the MC has already mentioned. And today I'm going to talk to you about the changing consumer experience of travel, expressed through 6 key trends that we have unearthed based on our research. Now, this is a combination of bespoke research that we have done for some of our clients in the travel industry, as well as syndicated from various industry sources, reports, studies, and articles that I dove into for, say, a client meeting or while preparing for this conference. And I know you might have heard some of these trends in the previous sessions or discussed in the past already, but it only goes to show how strong a trend like this might be. I'll go through each trend briefly and then talk a bit about how the travel industry has actually reacted to it. So let's get started. So let's start with touchless or contactless travel. Now, consumers are increasingly believing that the more contactless a travel experience, the safer it is for them. These innovations were already being implemented exponentially pre-pandemic, especially if you lived in the Middle East and you went through some of the airports here. But it has just escalated the rollout significantly last year. The kicker in all of this is data privacy. We'll now share much more data than we ever did in the past, and we'll do so willingly because it allows us to travel. But this means going from providing a passport and ticket to traveling in the past to providing a passport ticket, a vaccine passport, biometrics, contact tracing app, recent travel history, recent medical history, and who knows what else. It might all get rolled into 1 or 2 apps eventually, but we are sharing a lot more data and a lot more info than we are used to. From a travel industry point of view, we are already seeing some innovations in this space. For instance, the Flyzoo Hotel in China, which is using self-check-in, facial recognition for physical room keys, and then finally robots to deliver food from room service. The other example I could find on this was Eurostar. Again, they're using biometrics to enable people to travel document-free from London to Paris. So let's move on to sustainable travel. Eve, I know we were having an off-the-record conversation the other day, and we were talking about if people will actually follow suit with this, or if it's just a travel, will they just go and have a crazy travel extravagance once the pandemic ends? I mean, nobody knows exactly how it will go, but research so far indicates that the year plus that we have spent with COVID and in lockdown for the most parts, and all these images, especially early on where we saw of nature, reclaiming its territory when we were in lockdown, the clean canals in Venice, for example, or some of the wildlife making back to like big cities, has people, this has made people more aware of the ecological footprint that we leave as tourists. And people want to do this more sustainably in the future. This means less flashy travel, doing things that are more authentic experiences, slower travel, etc. Now, the travel industry has got onto this, of course. Skyscanner, for example, launched a tool to enable travelers to prioritize more sustainable flight options and lower their carbon footprint. And the city of Venice actually introduced a day tripper entry fee to manage over-tourism. This was done actually before COVID, but this is all the more relevant now. And you can see other cities doing things like this. And the next trend, I want to talk about how dreaming and planning for a vacation is an escape in itself. And it has helped people cope with the past year to some extent. Nearly 3/4 of all travelers surveyed say that they will spend more time choosing a destination this year. Now, the industry response here, Kuoni actually offers video calls to help people tailor holidays, including getting into each destination's COVID rules, COVID response, COVID preparation, etc., just to make you feel at peace of mind when you're going there. The other example I found was Faroe Islands Tourism Board. They responded to the shutdown with a real-life video game where visitors could actually remotely control the local mounted with a live video camera. To me, it sounds a bit creepy, actually, but it's a good idea to see a place virtually and actually dream and plan their upcoming vacation quite up close. And I think it can probably change the game for some destinations in the future. The next trend, I want to talk about how COVID has actually given a huge boost to the whole digital nomad movement. I mean, this has existed for a few years, and we all have, whoever has been to Bali has seen a few people like working remotely from there. But the last year in COVID really like accelerated this. And the term I found most relevant when I was doing my research on this topic was the term calling them a road warrior 2.0. This is no small trend. I mean, with the volumes of people who are doing this, it could reshape the face of the hotel industry to some extent, especially on the leisure side. You can see leisure properties or properties in leisure destinations suddenly catering to a completely different kind of traveler. The industry response here, so Nomad X is a platform that has been set up specifically for such professionals. So they offer monthly packages where people can work remotely. And among hotel responses, I noticed that MGM Resorts in Vegas was offering a work from Vegas ultimate work package for remote workers, which sounds very tempting. In the next trend, on the next slide, how being restricted from travel and facing so much uncertainty has made people feel a bit more mortal and hedonistic. From a travel point of view, the translation is that big trip you were keeping off for later in life, that needs to happen now. People are more keen to take off items from their bucket list sooner. I liked one quote to capture all of this, which was "Go big or stay home." And I mean, part of this goes a bit in the face of the whole sustainable travel trend that I spoke about earlier in the presentation. So I guess we're going to see two very contrarian groups of travelers emerging, and that might be a trend on itself. The industry response in this is interesting. So Airbnb actually offers private island bookings now. I didn't know about this. And then you have some resorts in Maldives. I came across one of them, Sun Siam, which offers you to book a private island, $1 million for 15 days. So yeah, that's a trend on its own. And then finally, the next slide. Now, because we have gotten used to working remotely for so long, the biggest impact of COVID long-term will be on work travel, as per our research. We expect the recovery to be far slower versus leisure travel when it comes to traveling for work. I mean, most of us can't wait to travel for leisure, right, or to meet friends and family, but we expect companies and employees to be far more selective about the meetings that happen face-to-face. Of course, this won't be all linear. I came across an infographic from McKinsey actually that was quite interesting, and it suggested that sales travel for manufacturing-related industries will be the first to recover, and conferences and tours, and conferences like this one, for example, will be among the last ones to recover. But I'm not really sure I agree with especially the latter part of it, because a big part of conferences or industry events is networking, and this is just not something that you do virtually. So I think that this is something that actually will recover a bit faster than they expect. Finally, like in terms of an industry response, of course, one example is ADT-DAF. So this, whole conference they're having virtually. And the other one is about a Swedish hotel that I came across where they repurposed their rooms, which was meant for leisure travel originally, as private dining rooms. So a completely different spin on using the spaces. And this is what you'll see more and more hotels doing. I gave the MGM example earlier as well. I hope these 6 trends give you an idea of what travel will look like.
Love to see these trends, Pankaj, and you've done a wonderful job in, I suppose, collating them into your 6 different steps. I particularly like the concept of Road Warrior 2.0. By the way, everybody, stay tuned. We'll be hearing more about road warriors in a different country from the UAE later on with our special guest, who you see towards the end of the session, so stay tuned with us for that. Now, this is fascinating where we're going next. Nilot Pal has been working with the Abu Dhabi Department of Culture and Tourism on some fascinating analytical work. Nilot Pal, tell us about your model.
Hello, Pankaj and Dave. So very interesting listening to your conversation from the consumer side of it. So my presentation is mostly going to be from the regulator or a regulatory body part of it, the tourism cycle. So let me just go to the first slide. So this came out of a need. In fact, the turnaround time of them was like around a couple of weeks ago when we had an internal discussion that how do we effectively target different source markets given the current situation that we are in. So from this discussion, we thought of, coming up with a kind of a scoring concept in order to rate and rank and score every single source market in the country around the world. And then based on the score, we can take our business decision from a tourism point of view. So what are the different kind of data sources that we looked at? One of them is, of course, the COVID-related data sources, like what is the risk to open up business in that country, what is the ease of travel. The other parameters are the normal tourism parameters, like how is the connectivity to a destination from Abu Dhabi, what is the outbound demand of that particular country, what is the market size, and their previous history of visiting Abu Dhabi as a destination. And the reason that we did this is because if you look at it from an operational point of view, let's say our marketing team or our trade team, we have a traditional stronghold or our source markets, which are our key or priority markets. But some of them, for example, China right now, their connectivity is almost close to zero because they're not flying out of China given the restrictions. So right now, even though traditionally China is a priority market for us, we might be better off targeting somebody else, at least for the immediate future, given that the Chinese cannot travel to us. So with this requirement in mind, we came up with a scoring concept. Now, what we wanted to implement in this scoring concept is that usually if you see most of the tourism parameters are fairly static over a long period of time. For example, if we look at the demographics of a country, they don't change year on year, they will change gradually. But if our scoreboard is fairly static and the numbers are not changing, then it would not be adaptable, or it would not be reflecting the current scenario, which is the very purpose of this scoreboard. So what we did is we integrated different sources of live, daily, or real-time data as much as possible. For example, we use data from Oxford Economics and Oxford University to measure the risk of openness. Similarly, we take in the connectivity from different providers of airline seats, OAG, for example. So based on those numbers, we know what is going to be the seat capacity tomorrow morning, what is going to be the risk of openness tomorrow morning. So every day, our scoreboard changes, reflecting the current scenario in the market. So based on this kind of inputs, so this is a snapshot of the scoring that you can see. For example, now we have also given the option of giving weights to different parameters, like what is the weight that you want to give to connectivity, what is the weight that you want to give to the market size, and so on. The reason for this is this enables our trade team or the marketing team to do what if analysis. What if the connectivity goes down drastically at a country, even though traditionally it was well connected, but right now with China as an example, it's not connected because there are hardly any flights flying from China to UAE. What if the COVID situation improves or becomes worse? Or what if something else happens? So for that purpose, what we did is we integrated all of this data and the math behind it and given the user the option to change the weight of each of these parameters so that they can adjust the weights and then look at the what if scenario. So now using a scoreboard like this, it would enable our teams to target different source market on a regular basis. And that would also be backed up by real lifetime and up-to-date data. So this would solve the problem of looking at what is the data looking immediately tomorrow, as opposed to working with a little bit older set of data. The second problem that it solves is when we have too many sources of data for the marketing team or for the trade team, for example, it's impossible to correlate all of them and come up with a single scorer or a single number that tells them, yes, go and look at this market or go and look at that market. So we as the BID department, we solved the problem for them. So now we can just present them with this scoreboard and then say, look, this country is looking high, let's target them. So this was in effect the model that we recently built for our internal usage.
Nilat Pal. I'm sorry, we seem to have a couple of issues there with your slides, but never mind, because I wanted to have time to talk to you anyway, because this model fascinates me. Can you just remind us, after you put all the data in and you crunch it around and you look at all sorts of different factors that are changing in real time, I imagine if it was a kind of if you could see it on a computer screen, I could just sit and watch it all day because the data coming in, the way it is so up to date. Remind me, what was your top destination for marketing, and have you seen any new source markets emerging in the face of COVID? And we'll stay with the discussion now from now on.
Yeah, so I can give two examples. One is of an existing source market, which was traditionally a very strong source market for UAE, and now currently at least the score of that is going down, even though we always want to believe that is our strong market is China. So on a normal time, they used to have a very strong air connectivity to UAE or Abu Dhabi, direct flights to Abu Dhabi and direct flights to Dubai. Right now, if I look at how many seats are there to China over the next 3 months, it's only a couple of thousands. These are the seats that are allocated by different airlines to China. So even though their demographics is extremely strong, if people cannot fly out, then that is not useful for us right now. So the score for China in this model would go down drastically if we set the right parameters. Like if we give a high weightage to connectivity, then the score for China goes down. And that is what we have observed. An example of a market for whom the score, based on the current scenario, the score would be pretty good is, for example, South Korea. Another example could be Japan. So I'm not saying that they have the biggest market size. I'm also not saying that they have the highest connectivity, but considering all the other parameters, so there's a fine balance between, like the market size and the available connectivity and the current COVID situation. So considering all the parameters right now, for example, South Korea could make good sense for us, or Japan could make good sense for us as compared to a bigger market like China.
Now, I'm going to have to wrap up this session in just a few minutes. And in order to get a bit of an overview, I was wondering if we could get a quick overview from each one of you on where the responsibility is, because coordination for this is going to be key. So where does the responsibility lie? Is the responsibility with the individual traveller? We'll say, for example, to get vaccinated and to get a travel passport. Is it with the travel industry, as Pankaj has so admirably demonstrated, with the types of consumer data research that's being done, or as Nilotpal has seen, with the models that are being built? Is it the travel industry, or big picture perhaps, Dave? And I'll start with you. Is there a role to be played in international government in all of this? And where would you apportion the responsibility? And I'll have to keep you to about a minute, if that's all right.
Okay, no problem. I think the quick answer is yes, there's absolutely a role for government. I think we've seen from everything that's been talked about that businesses, practitioners are taking this responsibility. They're building all of these new digital practices into day-to-day working. People, the travelers, are becoming more accepting of this. We're all walking around with our phones tracking us all the time. We're happy to share data as long as that security is there, that perception of safety is there, which then comes down to, I think, governments needing to take that responsibility, need to take that leadership. And it's not just individual governments. We need to see greater cooperation around the world. And there is a role for some of these supranational organizations to take some lead in this.
Super stuff, Dave. Pankaj, what's your summation? Where do we apportion the responsibility? Or is it everybody's, collective and individual?
It's collective, but I feel like businesses, especially the tourism industry, it has a big incentive to do this. So they will roll out the technology like they have already, and they will innovate fast to get there. Then the responsibility or the onus of it is more on the governments to make sure they have the right bilateral agreements, at least to start with. And then the individual to make sure that they don't doctor any vaccination data, to make sure that they use the right technology in the most effective way and take the right precautions when they're traveling. So as long as we have that, and then I think in the long term, I want to say that it's a responsibility of the individual, again, to make sure that they don't leave a huge ecological footprint. So, we are able to travel in a more cleaner way.
It's lovely to see, Pankaj, that the post-COVID-19 traveller is actually thinking in a more sustainable way. Perhaps living in a smaller world has made us more careful of the world in which we live. Nilotpal, tell us a little bit about your view on the collective responsibility.
I think the government has a huge responsibility to play in it, particularly since I'm representing the side of a regulatory body through DCT. So if you look at one of the direct role that the government plays in deciding whether to allow travel between two countries or not under the current circumstances. So, for example, they could establish an air bubble between two countries that could allow tourists from one country to travel to the other. Or also they can use several kind of internal or external travel restrictions. So yeah, largely speaking, it's the government has a huge
it's a bit of joined up thinking, isn't it, Nilot Pal? Thank you very much to Dave, to Pankaj and to Nilot Pal for joining me. We have the result of our poll. Considering the current environment, what will be the most likely reason for your next trip? Will it be business, leisure, family, or a combination of business and leisure? Interestingly, as you'll see on your screens, it's pretty well evenly divided. 33% for business, same for leisure, same for family, and people are compartmentalizing quite well in that they're not going to combine any of these trips. Clearly, shutdowns and lockdowns have sharpened the mind. Well, up next, Hisham has another panel filled with insights and data analysis and experts from the industry to help get us all back up on our feet again. He'll be with you after this.
Let's set sail for a story at sea. Aboard a magnificent ship, where you'll journey to untold adventures and uncharted experiences across crystal waters, hidden coves, mysterious lands, where hidden treasures are bountiful. Let's go where excitement roams free and wild, and unexpected friends are waiting to be met. No matter the destination on the map, you'll be inspired, thrilled, and entertained. With exotic riches and flavors that are the catch of the day. When it's all over, you'll fly away, already planning your return. When does your adventure at sea begin?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back, all hundreds of you attending regionally. It is a privilege and a pleasure to be back here with you. Fantastic last session, really enjoyed listening in on that. And now, let's take another step on this journey of discovery and insight that we're on. Now, when we look at learning, we're not just trying to learn from the data, we're also trying to learn from our peers and other countries and nations from across the world. We're looking at their case studies and their success stories to see what they're doing and if there are any good ideas that might apply to us. And some of the case studies, when you look at these success stories, will be of countries who are either making great strides towards conquering this virus, or at the very least, building a comprehensive roadmap forward. And ladies and gentlemen, on both these axes, China has emerged as a massive success story for getting things back to normal. And this is good news. And the reason that this is good news is that not only is China an incredible manufacturing destination, which, everybody talks about, but it is also a huge source market for tourism. Remember, this is a population of practically 1.4 billion people that we're talking about. So the questions that we want to address is, this very large number of people, are they traveling? Will they travel? Will they come here to the region here, to the Middle East, to the GCC? Will they go elsewhere? So we'll answer all these questions, but yet again, it is now tradition. Before we answer these questions, let's give you a question to answer. So, ladies and gentlemen, time for your poll question. And your poll question is quite simple in this instance. Is China still considered a priority market for you, as that is your destination? And your choices are also equally simple: yes, no, or maybe / not sure. Now, we want to bring different perspectives into this. So we have 3 speakers who are going to be sharing their insights. And what we're going to try and do here is give them a little bit of time to have an individual chat, and then we'll pull it all together into an interactive discussion. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's introduce our speakers. First up, he is the CEO of Kotri China Outbound Tourism Research Institute and also the founding dean of the Hatt Business School. Join me in welcoming Professor Wolfgang George Arlt. Very good to have you. She is the Director of Marketing and Comms for Dragon Trail International. Join me in welcoming Sienna Parbulis Cook. Thank you very much. It's amazing to see you. And last but by no means least, he is the CEO of TCI Research, Olivier Henri Beabou. So thank you very much for joining us. Now, we're going to give you just a little bit of an opportunity to have a chat. The Professor Wolfgang, tell us a little bit. Chinese outbound tourism, so all the people in China, has there been a recovery domestically? And if there has been, is there now going to be a recovery in outbound tourism? And if there is, how can we make destinations more attractive to all these tourists who are coming out? Take us through some of your expertise, please.
Okay. So thank you very much for having me, and welcome everybody to this great forum. So yes, so I gave my short presentation entitled "The Light at the End of the Tunnel is a Chinese Lantern," because as we can see, the Chinese are at least as eager as everybody else to start international travel again. So let me see if this clicker works. Next, please. Yes, so very briefly, my institute is based in Hamburg in Germany and is since 2004 trying to help destinations and companies all over the world to make Chinese tourists happy and earn some money in the progress. So yes, and also especially for viewers in the Middle East, it might be interesting. Very recently, we started also the HATT Business School of the World Tourism Forum Institute, which is based in London and in Dubai, so not far away from Abu Dhabi in UAE, and which will try to give support to the vision of the WTFI, which is reshaping economies through tourism development. So emphasizing the development aspect and, of course, also the SDGs and concentrating on working for LDCs and NDCs. So, yes, about myself, I don't want to talk much, just to say I've been working with China since my first visit in 1978. I used to be a tour operator myself, and so this is a topic I have been quite a lot working on in the past. So first of all, the good news to answer the question of our chair. Yes, the Chinese will travel again, and so we can clearly see that very recently the foreign minister of China was saying that China wants to support the restart of international tourism, and China is, of course, has been very successful in fighting against the pandemic, and has, as we are speaking, vaccinated already more than 100,000 Chinese people. So everybody who wants to travel outside will certainly get also a vaccine. As we are speaking, it is still not possible for Chinese to go anywhere but Macau. But so that is something which in the next 2 months certainly will change again. So more good news. Also, China not only was able to very quickly fight the virus. Also connected to that, China is in a very good economic position. It is recovering faster than all the other G20 countries, and especially the top 10% of the Chinese society. These are the outbound travelers, is still rich enough to travel internationally. Actually, many of them became richer in the last year. So China is now the home, the highest number of US dollar millionaires and even US dollar billionaires. So that's why you can see on the right hand side, our forecast is rather optimistic that in 2022, we will gain back the level of travels we had in 2019. The reasons why the Chinese are traveling have not changed. They want to see the world. They want to have new experiences, but also very important for the Chinese market, they want to gain social prestige. They want to show to others that they can afford to travel and that they're educated global citizens. And more Chinese have special interests, special hobbies they want to follow. But of course, also there are many other reasons. So very important to remember that it's not only leisure trips, but we have people traveling for business, for health, for education, for religion, for shopping, or spotting trends in the markets to cater for. So especially when we talk about the Middle East, which is a long haul for Chinese, they don't come for relaxation or holidays. They want to do something, to learn something, to experience something. So that is clearly a difference maybe from many other traditional Western travelers. So that should go to the slide now. Yes. So obviously, what we're talking about a lot now is trust. So also the Chinese outbound travelers want to trust that you have been not only having your sanitation and hygiene regimes right, but also that you have been organizing yourself for the Chinese market. For instance, it is now absolutely necessary to accept Alipay or WeChat mobile payment, and that you have been updating your knowledge about the needs and the expectations, and that you show a respect and sympathy to the Chinese customers. So, and this is in a big way based on what other Chinese people are saying. So we find in our research that the Chinese are not trusting very much what the official position will be, because of course you only talk about positive things, but so peer group information, recommendations, and recommendation marketing are a key point. And so this is something when we talk about what we can learn, is certainly that satisfaction should be play a much bigger role compared with just an increase in the arrival numbers and increase in the positive side of the market. And that you see some examples here, how you can change traditional ideas of what is a beach, or what is a restaurant, what is a hotel, into new ideas where you, for specific target groups, might be families, it might be senior citizens, it might be people with a lot of travel experience already, how you can change this into something more focused and bespoke for the Chinese tourist. So we all talk about when will we go back to the normal, but as Taleb Rifai, who is the Secretary General of also the World Tourism Forum Institute and my HUT Business School, of which I'm the founder. So he said in an interview recently, so we are not going back, we are moving forward into a new and hopefully better reality. So we had all the discussions, and we had a clearly diminishing level of success of satisfaction by the Chinese customers. So we have developed for this program, which is called Advantage Tourism, and in the panel, I'm happy also to welcome my colleague Olivier, from TCI Research. They are also partners in this project, but we try to say, how can you get back the Chinese market, but in a way which is more sustainable, which is more based on quality and therefore recommendation marketing. So I'm not sure how happy Sienna will be to listen to this, where I think a lot of money is wasted on Chinese social media, where you're one voice among 10,000, and as long as this is some official propaganda, so to speak, the Chinese are not very keen to look at it and to listen to it. So if you see what are the information sources for Chinese, it is much more user-generated content. So this discussion moving from key opinion leaders to key opinion customers, getting people to recommend you to their contacts and their friends. This is, I think, what is something we have to learn. So this is our paradigm about meaningful tourism as a new trend, and meaningful tourism meaning that people are trusting you and feel part of the destination and have a higher level of satisfaction. Not only the guests, but also the staff, the local people, the companies with better margins, and also the environment, which is more taken care of. And you can see this is based on two legs. One is product adaptation based on knowledge, and the other is digitalization. And I'm sure that we will talk more about this part as well during this. So very briefly, meaningful tourism is a new approach we are using at Godfrey and at the HATT Business School to say that sustainable tourism is a concept still valid, but the word has been overused. And so meaningful tourism also means that this is a more taking the view of the travelers. And especially for the Chinese market, there's a clear trend that with the experience of the virus, people have understood that life is fragile and precious, and that maybe you should spend your time with doing a little bit more meaningful things than just taking photos and shopping for luxury brands. Of course, this is not black and white. You still have package tourists from China that will come for the next decades, but you have, on especially the more affluent end of the market, you see more and more special interest and interest to learn something, to do something, to have contact with the local community. And that is giving a lot of destinations, a lot of stakeholders also new opportunities. So let me end with a quote of the CEO of Qatar, Mario Hadi, who said recently, the future of tourism will depend more on the length of stay and visitor satisfaction than on a generic and simple head count of arrivals. Metrics that track such indicators will possibly become a new standard for determining tourism potential and performance in what is likely to continue being a volatile world. So this as a brief introduction, and I'm sure we will have some interesting discussion later on.
Well, thank you very much, Professor Wolfgang. So I think the key takeaway as it came out there was that the Chinese market is ready to travel, but what they want are more meaningful experiences. The idea of meaningful tourism was introduced there. Let's take that further now. Sienna, your research also shows a little bit, I believe, of an engagement between this idea of meaningful tourism and tourists actually wanting more, particularly Chinese outbound tourists. So it would be super to hear about your insights on the resilience and recovery happening in China and also on the outside as they come out to visit the rest of the world.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. I just perfect. Thank you. So hello everyone from London, and thank you so much for inviting me to join today's panel to discuss this really interesting question of what the world can learn from China's travel restart over after COVID-19. While there have been some setbacks along the way, most recently with local outbreaks and travel restrictions over the Chinese New Year period, China's domestic tourism industry has seen greater post-COVID recovery than probably anywhere else on the planet. And for that reason, it provides some great examples of things that we can do in other countries to recover post-COVID, as well as developments that we need to be aware of when it comes to the Chinese outbound market when they do come back. And I will preface this by saying that China's domestic tourism recovery has really only been made possible because of very successful virus control in the country. So that's probably the biggest thing that the world can learn from China's travel restart after COVID-19 is that you need to get the virus under control before tourism and travel can really come back. But hopefully with the vaccine rollout underway, this will open up more opportunities for the tourism sector in other parts of the world. So one of the things that has really stood out in China during this period has been the adaptability of the tourism and travel market to make the best out of challenging and rapidly changing circumstances. So with hotels, for example, during the lockdown period in the winter of 2020, they started offering online cooking classes, food delivery services, and even professional laundry services to be able to keep some operations going, even during a time when people were staying at home. Then in the summer, when domestic tourism started to heat up, we saw deals for unlimited weekend stays or partnerships with airlines, all-you-can-fly deals to get people traveling again. And the screenshot that you can see that's the second to the left is Intercontinental Hotels' partnership with China Eastern Airlines on an weekend all-you-can-fly and all-you-can-stay deal so that people could prepay to do unlimited weekend trips over the summer. Then faced with what looked to be a gloomy Chinese New Year, the hotels then pivoted their marketing towards local travel, staycations, and dining promotions. And this actually resulted in a huge uptick in local hotel reservations, especially for high-end properties. According to OTA Ctrip, around 60% of hotel bookings during the Chinese New Year period were for 4- and 5-star hotels with an average value of $450 US. So people really did splash out to enjoy luxurious staycations when they couldn't do long distance travel. The major digital marketing trend of 2020 was live streaming. So live streaming has been big in China for years, but it was never really used before for tourism marketing and sales. And this very quickly changed last spring with hotels launching live streaming cooking classes. Then we had OTAs and airlines live streaming weekly sales events. Chinese travel website Mafengwo launched their own live streaming platform for travel inspiration. And tourism boards and tour guides all around the world started running their own live streaming broadcasts. And this live streaming, which is something that's been embraced in China for many years already in other areas, it's a great way to bring a destination to life for Chinese travelers, and I think it should be seen as an important tool for long-term marketing. The pandemic has also accelerated the digitization of the travel and hospitality industries in China and around the world. And I think that this has probably helped other countries to catch up a little bit to China in terms of things like contactless check-in, mobile payments, and even scanning QR codes, which was something that many people outside of China were unfamiliar with how to do it before the pandemic. So all of these things mean that we'll be more ready for Chinese tourists when they return. I think that we should also take a look at some of the kind of tourism management digitization that has happened in China and also in other places with pre-bookings and needing to scan a code for entry to an attraction at a certain time, as this can really help to kind of manage the flow of tourists and avoid issues of over-tourism in the future. And then to end by talking a bit more about Chinese outbound tourism, Dragon Trail will be releasing our latest Chinese traveler sentiment report this week. And one of our findings is that Chinese travelers now are more willing to say that they'll travel cautiously as opposed to waiting until it's safe to travel. So this has shifted a bit more since our last traveler sentiment survey in September, where we do see a greater willingness to travel cautiously. That said, Chinese travelers still have a lot of uncertainty and concerns about outbound travel. And what we found is the top factor for what would make Chinese willing to travel again outbound, and it's actually not health related. It's if the destination is friendly to Chinese travelers, with 62% of our survey respondents saying that if a destination is friendly to Chinese travelers, then this will make them willing to travel overseas again. And I do agree with what Wolfgang said about the importance of recommendations from other Chinese. And I think that this really plays into being able to show that a destination is friendly to Chinese travelers. It's one thing for the tourism board to say, oh, it's safe here and it's friendly, but it's much more important if you're hearing this from other Chinese travelers. So I think that this could be part of official marketing, is giving a bigger platform for user-generated content through official channels. So for instance, asking Chinese people to share their experiences and photos of traveling to a destination, and then sharing this via official marketing platforms that will reach more people and show that the destination is friendly. Chinese travelers are also paying attention to official messages from the government as well as from Chinese travel agents. So this is one of the reasons it's quite important to maintain good relationships and make sure that you're getting the most updated information to the Chinese travel industry. And of course, they're also concerned with pandemic control in the destination and quarantine requirements. So that full new Chinese traveler sentiment report will be available for free in the coming days. So please do keep an eye on the Dragon Trail website and our social media channels to make sure that you don't miss it. So thank you very much, and I'll turn back over to you, Hisham.
Thank you very much, Sienna, for those insights. I think some of the messages were echoed a bit in the sense that outbound sentiment is still, well, sensitive, and there's this issue of friendliness that comes up. We'll address that in just a bit. But first, it is time to bring things slowly to home. Olivier is actually, his data is actually on a more macro level. It drills into the GCC and also global trends. So we're going to be looking at what is this key recovery data that we must navigate for 2021, and also general travel sentiment. We are now turning a focus from China to Abu Dhabi, and then we will knit it all together. All right, Olivier, I believe you've turned your camera off, but you do have a presentation to share with us, so it's over to you.
Hey, good afternoon, Mohammed. I think you can hear me, I hope.
Yes.
At least you have the sound right, perfect. Thank you very much for this forum. I think what I like from the beginning is that we don't only talk about travel data and tourism, but there is a sense and an air of optimism. And so, happy Sunday, sunny Sunday. We like, this kind of a forum where we can see a bit the light at the end of the tunnel. So when it comes to measure the relevant recovery rebound KPIs, particularly on the China market, but also on other markets and beyond, I would say the classic or conventional search and book data, there are actually four, if you can go to the next slide, please. There are four main data areas where we believe that are really essential for DMOs to monitor very closely. The first is about the social sentiment. I know that everybody understands very well that today people travel only where they can or where they are allowed to travel, but tomorrow, again, they will travel where they want to go. And Chinese in particular, they will choose and select first the destination they trust. So these social listening based data, I will have a snapshot on that right after, is very important to track. So is your destination still attractive for them? What are the potential brand facets which you need to restore, and how to amplify the organic reputation, so to make sure that your destination or your attraction is top of mind on international travelers and Chinese in particular. Then you have the visitation rebound. There are a lot of opportunities to use mobile location data to understand the pace of rebound and particularly the shift between domestic, regional, international visitors. And one of the key questions now we look at carefully is how far people coming back when destinations reopen, how far they spend more time at the destination, they take more time to explore, maybe to catch up a bit the sentiment of, revenge tourism, as we call it. So this is very important. And then the key question when people are back, and as soon as you will reopen for good, is how far they are satisfied with their new experience in COVID era. Particularly, we have developed a score which measures the sentiment in terms of the safety or sanitary safety feeling. And it's very important to understand which verticals is overperforming, underperforming on all aspects of the visitor journey, and how far the learning curve is taking place as soon as visitors are coming back. And the reason why it's so important to track that as well is because we know happy visitors tend to spend more. Chinese already used to spend more than average markets in the past before COVID-19. And there is very good chance that after that, they will still continue to spend more than average market and maybe even more than before COVID-19. And I have to say that in a few destinations where we have been reopening and where we have been monitoring that, in many cases, we see there is an increase of spend per visitor. So maybe a destination can reopen having only 25% of the normal visitation rate, but they have 50% of their economic recovery because people tend to spend more. So if you can go on the next slide, please. There is, yes, sure. One snapshot about Abu Dhabi. Actually, we for preparing this forum, we wanted to maybe share an example of good, case study and some destinations that are kind of setting, themselves apart in terms of e-reputation and recovery. And we have a lot of examples from some clients like Peru or Aruba on the French Isles. Actually, looking at Abu Dhabi data around the sentiment, we actually thought that it was interesting to share because you guys are doing quite well in terms of recovery when it comes to measure the sentiment and reputation. So when we call the sentiment there, it's based on anything which is said on social networks, in media, by either consumers or articles, companies or officials, brands. Anything that can somehow influence the attractiveness of a place is captured in real time and is converted into KPIs, so to understand how the destination is behaving and performing against the competition in terms of overall reputation, which, as we know, is never predictive alone of booking, but it's a very important element because, again, people will visit first destination they trust. So on the next slide, you will see actually the net sentiment score for Abu Dhabi compared with the average of the net sentiment score for the Middle East destinations. So again, this score is a net score that somehow measures the balance between very positive and very negative social conversations about the destination or the country in the context of travel and tourism. And you see from the beginning of the crisis, of course, like any other destinations, the first step was a big drop, but then it recovered quite fast. And in the past 12 months, we see Abu Dhabi have been relatively able to keep its reputation quite high and higher than the competition overall in the region, which is very important again, because protecting your brand equity is again one competitive advantage compared to the others. And so on the next slide, behind the numbers, what's more important is to understand what is driving the positiveness and what is potentially driving some at-risk elements in relation to the brand appeal. And what I find really fascinating with the Abu Dhabi case study is that there are, from the sentiment prospect, a lot of extremely, I would say, the kind of a perfect or ideal mix of social positive drivers, which is really a mix of both organic sentiment, which are pushed by your ambassadors. Many of them, maybe you don't know. They are anonymous people or celebrities, and they are talking, nice things about the destination, sharing memories, sharing future plans. And it's something that comes from the organic space, but also pushed by the DMO, pushed by the private sectors. So there's a good mix between public and private. I think the private sector in Abu Dhabi is doing a very good job in maintaining the link and the sentiment in positive to the destination, talking about new reopening or renovating or innovation in terms of visitor experience. And in particular, that's something very specific to the region, but there's one reason why Abu Dhabi is overperforming is it's also because there are many conversations about events. And you know, when things are closed, when you cannot travel, if you hear stories about the destinations which are still very active in the sports event or a specific tourism or non-tourism event, it gives a sensation that the destination is still attractive in their view. So also the private sectors around luxury resort, many things around sustainability, eco retreat. That's really a perfect diversity that can keep the the brand reputation. That's a very interesting, I would say, mix. And only when you have that combination, you can have a better than competition kind of attractiveness.
Olivier, thank you very much. I just want to interject here and say, is it all right if I give you about a minute to wrap here?
Sure, it's the last slide.
Yeah,
so
wonderful.
in terms of negativity, there is only a few things around transportation issues. You know, from the Asian market in particular, nobody wants to be trapped in a place like Abu Dhabi or in the region, because it's also a hub towards other destinations, and there are lots of opportunities of stopover tourism. So these few elements of negativity was mostly about the transportation. And last but not least, when looking at the experience-based reputation, you see there are two indicators: the number of experiences in the region and the satisfaction level in the region. And when you see that's the case in 2/3 of the destination, as soon as you reopen, there's the first big drop of satisfaction, and then the recovery and the learning curve taking place. So we believe, as a conclusion, that the next big battle will be around visitor experience, because that will drive the reputation and attractiveness of the place, and that will drive visitor spend at the destination. And China, in particular, are very, very sensitive to peers, as Wolfgang was saying before in Siena. It is very important when you reopen to this market to closely monitor that. And I think the private sector needs to have some support on that as well. And that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Olivier. So it looks like Abu Dhabi has outperformed the competition, situated itself rather well to capture Chinese outbound market and also other markets. Now, when we have three wonderful speakers speaking and there's such a depth of knowledge and information, time is always a little pressing. However, I'm determined to have at least a couple of questions to ask. First off, let's contextualize the discussion by looking at what the poll says in terms of China being a priority market for all the hundreds of people who are attending this conference live right now. When we look at the results, full 66% of them are vehemently saying yes. And about 16% of them are not sure. The bottom line here is that there's 16% in our poll that says that China is not important to them. So very important, very large source market. To all three speakers, but particularly to Professor Wolfgang and to Sienna, some of the concerns that you have highlighted and the idea of digital transformation and tools has come up. The idea of sentiment for the Chinese outbound market and that uncertainty has come up more than once. And the fact that obviously people want more meaningful tourism and they rely on things that are more interactive in terms of sharing, like word of mouth, for example, live streaming, for example. My question, and I think the question of a lot of people who are joining us here today, yes, but for the Chinese market, are these new trends? Or was this not ingrained in the culture before? What has COVID changed? Sienna, do you want to take that one up first, and then we'll go to Professor Wolfgang?
So in terms of what COVID has changed, we can see some major trends in terms of the Chinese domestic market. And I think that some of these trends will probably then move on to outbound tourism, but maybe not so much as we might have thought at the beginning. So when we look at the Chinese domestic market in the last year, we can see that people are traveling more than ever in areas of Western China, where there are big open spaces, lots of nature, avoiding crowded areas. There has been a huge uptick in self-driving tourism and camper van tourism. So these are all trends that at the beginning we were expecting might carry over with outbound tourism. And I think to some extent we probably will. There will be people who have gotten the flavor for things like camper van tourism who want to continue to do those things. But what we found in our most recent Chinese sentiment survey, when we asked people about the activities that they wanted to do when they traveled outbound, the results were very, very similar to what we saw before the pandemic, with trying local food being the most important thing that people wanted to do. And then after that was visiting landmarks, including famous architecture and museums. So while in the past year we have seen Chinese trying to get out more into nature and doing self-driving tourism, which I think were trends for tourism in other places in the world for Chinese beforehand as well. People still want to see the museums, they still want to go to the restaurants. So I don't think that we will be seeing a total 180-degree change in the preferences of Chinese travelers when they return.
So on the outbound side, it looks as if things mightn't change as much as we might think. At least that's what Sienna says. Let's go to Professor Wolfgang. So when you talk about your meaningful tourism and the fact that this is now, is this a new movement? Is this a COVID-related movement? Was it always going to happen? What are your thoughts on this, Professor?
Okay, yeah. So, well, I think certainly these trends have been there before, but they have been accelerating. And also relating what Sienna just said, of course, if you look at averages, then you will find that for a lot of activities, the majority of Chinese people have not much interest, or they want to do the same as before. But the good news is, and I think this is why Chinese market is so important, is that you don't have to cater for the majority of Chinese. So you can have a niche offer, because a niche in China is still maybe 500,000 or 1 million people. So I think what has changed is that there's a much bigger chance for destinations which have not been on the trodden paths of Chinese outbound tourists, if they develop the right bespoke products and services, that they can get Chinese tourists at other times of the year and to other parts of the destination, if you offer some specific activities where they can learn something, get some skills for the kids, they can get some education. So this is the thing. So, well, this is a data-driven forum, and as we all know, averages kill. So don't believe in saying 83% of the Chinese say this and this. That doesn't matter. If you have a special offer, and you can say, we have something unique here, which you can only find here, and there's 1 million people interested in that, and there are now, with digitalization, better and better ways to get to them, then there's a good chance that you can have a market which is also then less competing with the similar products and services.
Professor Wolfgang, thank you so very much.
That's the key message is, understand what's unique in your offer for the Chinese market and then go for that.
Thank you very much, Professor Wolfgang. Thank you very much, Sienna, and thank you very much, Olivier. Ladies and gentlemen, your takeaway, one of my speakers said, look, in order to emulate the Chinese recovery, you have to tackle the virus. Here, regionally, we're doing we're accelerating those efforts and doing a world-leading job, quite frankly. But the other bigger question is, what can we do to bring the Chinese tourists here and there? It's an element of reaching out with sincerity. It's about ensuring that they treat our destinations with positive sentiment, with positive sentiment, and that means deeper engagement. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to leave it here because we need to make room for our upcoming session. Very, very interesting discussion on travel and tourism sentiment. It builds a bit on all the conversations about sentiment that we've had in this panel. And of course, once again, my colleague Eve will be with us to take us through that discussion. Remember, we've got a special interview coming up as well later, but we'll talk about that when there's time for it. In the meanwhile, don't go anywhere, stay with us, and we'll see you just after this.
Welcome back, everybody. Well, aren't we having a wonderful day? Full of insights, full of data, full of the uses of data, because it's not just about the data, it's what you're going to do with it. And bringing us along to our next session, which I've been really looking forward to all day. We're talking about travel and tourism sentiment, but we're asking, where's the recovery? Where are the green shoots? Now, we know that the travel and tourism industry has been decimated by COVID-19. We've heard evidence on that note pretty much all day and through the sessions, but there are green shoots. What we need to know is, where is the recovery and what will a bigger recovery look like? Do people still want to travel as soon as they're able? Is there pent-up demand, and where can that be tapped? Is there a way to encourage people to travel while still using COVID-safe practices? Which demographics do we see kicking off a tourism recovery? And if vaccination is mandated, does it make a difference, and how does it make a difference? We're going to walk through this territory with two guests who are admirably placed to answer the questions. I'm joined by Ross Veach, who is CEO of Wego and also co-founder of the UAE-based travel website, that's Wego. And Tristan Thomas is Director of Digital, Commercial and Customer for Etihad. Gentlemen, while you're getting yourselves comfortable, we have a poll for those of you watching. And the poll question for this session is, given the current environment, are you comfortable planning and taking a trip this year? You've got three options: uncomfortable, neutral, or comfortable. Now, a gentleman who wasn't particularly comfortable this time last year was Ross Veach, CEO and co-founder of Wego. Ross, your business was badly impacted, but you're seeing a recovery. Talk us through it.
Thanks, Eve, and thanks to DCT for the invite to participate today. So I've got a few slides. I'll whiz through them pretty quick. So a few observations, some data to share, and then we're going to have a bit of a conversation. So first of all, for those who don't know WeGo, so we're actually dual headquartered in the UAE and Singapore. We're an online travel player. We're the largest online travel market in the Middle East. There's about 30 million people installed the WeGo app. About 10 million people use us every month. A bit less now than pre-COVID, but and the pre-COVID they're booking about $1.4 billion worth of travel a year, so reasonably significant. So, as you said, Eve, this is sort of what my dashboards looked like up until the middle of the year. So we're going along quite well. January, February, growing about 40% year over year. And then over the space of about 2 weeks, revenue went to almost zero. So at its worst, we were down to 2%. And this is largely a function of, we're very heavily exposed to MENA markets. MENA markets shut down pretty much completely. And fortunately, we're now sort of beginning to come back. So this is monthly data. Going back to the beginning of last year, the 2-letter codes down the left side are the sort of country codes representing the origin markets, not the destinations, the origin markets. So you can see Saudi back to about 21% of where it was. Of the bunch, Turkey's actually doing the best for us. It's about 2/3 of the volume. And when I say volume here, we're looking at flight searches. So this is like top of the funnel. The GCC collectively somewhere between 16 and 35% by search volume, but you can see it varies quite a bit from month to month depending on what's happening with the restrictions at the time. Overall, these are the markets that overall we're looking at about 30% of the GCC markets. You can see UAE and Bahrain showing the most sense of being alive and wanting to travel again. KSA is somewhere in the middle, and Kuwait's trailing the pack. Both Kuwait and Saudi are basically pretty much shut down at the moment. This is what the funnel looks like. You can see, so this is a few different snapshots in time. The one on the far right, the column, sort of shows what it looks like today. You can see, and the percentages here are basically where we are now as a percentage of the average for last year. So in terms of sessions, we've got about 70% of the number of sessions going on that we had in 2019 overall. So it shows there's a lot of interest out there for people looking for a way to get around, wanting to travel. Bottom of the funnel, where you've got bookings, then you've got revenue. You can see that it drops off to basically 38% for bookings, 35% for revenue. So this is a function of people wanting to travel but just being unable to. And I actually take this as a positive sign that there's demand out there. So as soon as restrictions go away, people will travel again. Okay, so I pulled together a few reasons I think we can be bullish about a recovery, at least if our businesses revolve around the Middle East. Okay, so first of all, vaccines are proving very effective at preventing illness and death. So this is some statistics from Israel. We pulled data from Israel because of the furthest along the vaccination curve. The 3 rows of 4 rows of 4 different demos. The top is the 60 pluses, next down 50, 59, and then down the age. The column on the right is showing the percentage of the population that have been vaccinated. Key takeaway from this, cases and positivity dropped dramatically as soon as people have been vaccinated. But more importantly, hospitalizations and serious illnesses dropped dramatically. So the vaccinations are doing what they need to in Israel. And this is true for other countries as well. In the UK, we've seen exactly the same thing. So blue here are the 80 pluses first. Pink is the rest of the population. You can see the hospitalizations and the deaths for the seniors dropped to almost nothing once they've been substantially vaccinated. And we're seeing the same pattern now in the US. Here, pulled out some. So black is deaths across the total population. The red is the deaths in nursing homes, and indexed to what it was as at the start of the vaccination program. So you can see basically once people are vaccinated, they stop having serious illness from COVID. So this is important because it means governments can switch gears from trying to completely eliminate COVID at all costs, with like nationwide lockdowns and the like, to learning to live with it because people are going to stop dropping dead or being hospitalized. Okay, second reason to be positive. So vaccines are not only proving effective at stopping people from getting sick, they're also proving effective at limiting contagiousness. And this is not too terribly surprising, but if you've been vaccinated, you can still catch COVID to much lesser extent. But if you do, you're unlikely to have a viral load anywhere near that of somebody who has not been vaccinated. And infectiousness directly linked to viral load. And so you're far less risk to anybody around you who hasn't been vaccinated. Important for governments trying to decide how to reopen borders for international travel, be it travelers coming in or the protocols for their own residents to travel out and then travel back again. All right, third reason to be confident about a strong recovery. So Middle East countries are leading the vaccine rollout. Sorry, try to clicker again. We've heard lots about what's going on in Israel. They're now close to 2/3, 3/4 of the population had 2 shots. UAE is not too far behind. I think it's like 80 shots per 100, so about 40% of the people have had 2 shots. Bahrain's not too far behind. Saudi's over 10% now and accelerating. So I think by the start of summer, most of the GCC, will have been vaccinated, or at least the segments of the population that are elderly or otherwise vulnerable to serious complications from COVID. Okay, fourth reason to be confident about a strong recovery. So health passports are going to make it easy to travel again. There's a bunch of different initiatives. I think the leading one is IATA's travel pass. This has been adopted by many of the world's leading airlines. It's in the EU are introducing their own digital passport for people moving around the EU. There's multiple initiatives in Asia. Pretty much every country that's now vaccinating has a variation on this, and governments are now talking to each other about recognizing each other's digital certificates. And in the Middle East, we're seeing the big Gulf carriers jump on board the IATA travel pass initiative and are sort of beginning to roll that out. So I think we all have travel passports in our future. I think we're going to see them when we're flying, when we're passing through airports, but I think we're also going to have them in our day-to-day lives. You want to go to the gym, you want to go to a theater, you want to go to a concert, there's going to be a travel passport involved. All right.
Fascinating stuff there, Ross. It'll be very interesting to go through that with Tristan, but I'll let you finish.
Sure. All right. So fifth reason I think we can be bullish about a fairly rapid recovery. We're seeing examples across multiple industry categories. So in countries where COVID gets back under control, spending is getting back to and then exceeding pre-COVID levels. So this has been labeled revenge spending, and I think we're very likely to see it in the travel category as well. And one of the reasons for that, you look at household savings rates, they're actually at historic highs across most developed markets. So the pandemic's been kind of a tale of two worlds, really. Like you've either lost your job and had to figure out a new way to survive, or you've actually been quite a bit, because you haven't been able to go out and spend the way you normally do. So there's a lot of people with a lot of firepower built up, and based on the survey results we've done at WeGo throughout the pandemic, there's a lot of people who are going to be making for lost time and have the the financial savings in order to do it. And we're seeing that in third-party research as well. So this is some data from the US. So sentiment around COVID, linked to is very much linked to the vaccine rollout. You can sort of see the blue line there is how people how positively people are thinking about where they're up to with the pandemic generally. And on the right side, you can see people ready to travel again. They're clearly correlated. This is some data from Amadeus Travel Audience. So in Europe, people are ready to go again. And interestingly, the UAE has been one of the top destinations on the list. So the number 1 in spring, number 5 for summer. So I think that bodes well. And last slide. So this is some WeGo booking data. Basically shows as soon as people are able to travel again, as soon as governments take away restrictions, we see the market immediately respond. So you can see mid-September, this is Saudi specifically. So mid-September, the Saudis relaxed some restrictions. We saw market basically double. They closed down again mid-December. January 1, they announced they'd reopen again. You see that big immediate spike. And then early Feb, when concern around variants was at its peak, you can see travel was basically shut down again for most intents and purposes, and you can see it fell again. Takeaway from this, the demand is there. As soon as governments remove the restrictions, be it on the outbound side or on the inbound side, people will book. And I will leave it there.
Well,
Thank you.
You've ably answered my question there about the pent-up demand, Ross. In fact, as you were describing all the pent-up demand and all the people who have been lucky enough to keep jobs, who have been lucky enough to stockpile some savings, I just had a mental image of a lot of people running for the airport as soon as they were allowed. To answer the question as to where they might be going, we turn to Tristan Thomas, who's Director of Digital Commercial and Customer for Etihad. Tristan, so many things to unpick with you based on Ross's findings. But first of all, talk to me about the rules of network planning. They've changed beyond all recognition, but what's your perspective on it? Tristan, I think you've muted your mic.
Sorry,
you need to speak to us.
Just stop pressing the mute. Yeah, firstly, thank you for inviting me to be a part of this critical conversation. And I think first thing to say is some really interesting insights from Ross. I think from a network planning point of view, you have to react to those sorts of spikes in the data that Ross was showing us. You in the past, you would have 6 months to a year to plan a route. You'd put a sales team in there. You'd build a marketing campaign. You'd have billboard ads, and now, of course, we have to react to governmental changes in the spaces of days and, if we're lucky, days, sometimes hours, in fact. And those closures and openings mean that network planning has to be far more nimble. The old airline model of having assets on the ground in outstations for catering, for fueling, we're having to challenge some of those assumptions. And for legacy carriers, that's much more difficult than low-cost carriers that tend to go out and back in a day. So I guess, like many industries, the main change has been that we need to be far more nimble. We need to take advantage of those opportunities that Ross flagged. We can't stick to kind of 10-year route plans. It's an hour-by-hour planning process at the moment.
I imagine it's something that keeps you on the edge of your seat, or alternatively, that keeps you awake at night, Tristan. Talk to me a little bit about the challenges for, we'll say, like you said, a legacy carrier like Etihad. Ross was saying that, he's seeing the shoots of recovery, but those shoots are really concentrated around the Gulf and Middle East area and also around certain destinations like the UK and the US. But obviously that's not going to be enough for a worldwide carrier like Etihad. What's the reaction there?
Yeah, I mean, Etihad is a hyperconnector. So significant flows between the US and India, for example, Europe and Asia for
holiday traffic. And I think we're having to see a complete rebalancing in those. You're much more likely to see flows between countries that say are both vaccinated or countries with low COVID rates at the moment. I think we'll touch upon that a bit later, but certainly those traditional, those big origin destination combos that were Etihad's lifeblood, they're certainly not running as we would expect right now. And of course, that's not because there's not demand. It's because the government restrictions at either end of a route are very limited. And we're finding that even if we offer incredible pricing, consumers aren't very willing to take 2-week quarantine periods, especially if it's at both ends, of course. That's very limiting for most people. So really the path to seeing some of those traditional big flows coming back will be government interactions to ensure so that we have corridors similar to the ones that we saw between Dubai and the UK at the end of last year.
Now, when we were discussing this earlier, Tristan, you came up with a very good analogy for how we should imagine the future going forward from our perspective in the UAE. And I remember you telling me it may be a smaller pie, but the UAE can still have a significant share of it. Can you talk to me about what will be necessary? First of all, what the UAE has, and Ross, I'll ask you this question to you afterwards. We seem to have lost Tristan's signal, so I'll take it to Ross. We have actually discussed this. How is the UAE placed at the moment to grab a slice of that pie? And what more is needed within the UAE in order to perhaps maybe coordinate a little bit better, maybe make sure that that pie is the slice of the pie. I'm whipping this analogy to death, but to make sure that we get as much of it as possible. Ross.
Sure. So two suggestions. So this is actually general, not aimed at UAE specifically. I think I think destinations should basically waive quarantine requirements if somebody can prove that they've been vaccinated. I think the research is in now that vaccinated travelers are no threat to the populations that they're going to be visiting. And as Tristan says, like 2-week quarantines are going to absolutely kill demand. So that's the first thing that needs to change. And for the UAE specifically, the country's done an amazing job of keeping COVID under control and keeping life moving through COVID. And more importantly, or as importantly, they've sort of been vaccinating at a record clip. And I think we're now at the point where pretty much everybody, all residents who are vulnerable to COVID, so the elderly, those with comorbidities, have now been vaccinated, if not now, very soon. And I think maybe that gives us that gives each of the Emirates maybe a chance to come together and unify the approach to travel, both inbound and outbound, which would greatly assist everybody in the industry who's working it from either end.
Brilliant.
I understand why there was different approaches from Emirate to Emirate, but I think now that most people are vaccinated, I think it's a good time to come together and unify it. That would remove one obstacle to accelerating the rebound of tourism in the region.
It is something that we have seen throughout the various sessions today. Tristan, your reaction, what's Etihad doing to ensure that it grabs the biggest slice of the pie? Tell us about the pent-up demand that's there and also what needs to be done.
Yeah, I think as well as vaccination, improving safety for your own population so that your government can relax, it also offers safety certainty for your travellers as well. And whilst the percentage of the world's population that's perhaps worried about COVID is maybe arguably diminishing with the number of people that are vaccinated, there are still people who care greatly about health and their wellness. And one of the things that I think has gone well for Etihad is its strategy of pursuing a PCR test requirement for every passenger on board. And in our customer analysis, we see that it's the biggest factor on the consumers' willingness or happiness on board the aircraft, their willingness to travel and their happiness on board Etihad. They identify it above the quality of the food, the quality of the entertainment on board, the cabin crew, even our timeliness. it's leapt right to the top of the list. People want to feel safe. And I think Abu Dhabi has a unique opportunity to leverage the safety that it's created by vaccinating its public at home, and of course, same with Dubai, the other Emirates too. So I think that the pent-up demand is waiting to go to countries where people have some degree of safety. So yes, I think as soon as those government borders are open, we'll see people rush back to places like the UAE.
But will they be ready to give up their personal data in order to do so? I know we've looked at this issue when we were preparing for this. Gentlemen, what do you think is going to be the trade-off between data privacy and being able to travel, Ross?
I mean, I think it's a bit of a non-issue, to be honest, Eve. I mean, if you think about the amount of data you already give up in order to cross an international border, adding your vaccination status is relatively trivial, the bigger scheme of things, particularly relative to the amount of data people are already feeding into social media platforms, Google, Facebook, etc. So I think this issue has been a little bit overblown. That said, the IATA guys have been working on the travel pass have come up with some creative solutions so that your identity, your status can be effectively downloaded to your device, and then you can verify against the central repository your status, but then you don't actually have to give anybody else access to the entire database in order for that to happen. So it's all on device.
So there are ways to mitigate people's worries. Tristan, can I ask you, before we have to leave it, because this is an interesting one from the perspective of Etihad and its route network, we seem to be seeing two different forms of approach to the COVID-19 pandemic. We're seeing the countries like the UAE, the US, the UK that are focusing on getting everybody in the population vaccinated as quickly as possible. But then we're also seeing countries like Australia and New Zealand who have decided to keep the country as clean as possible and who haven't yet rolled out a vaccine program for all of the citizens. How's that going to work if you want to join up the countries of the world? Tristan?
Yeah, it's a great question. And I think it's actually quite hard for one country to move from one model to another. And I guess we're probably seeing now that divide. The same divide will now be maintained for a number of years. It's hard to imagine that the Australians, the Kiwis, will have the political will to flip out and deliver a model of vaccination. Conversely, if you're vaccinating your population, people won't want to limit international travel. So I think we are seeing those two bodies of countries, and it's unlikely that you'll be able to move easily between the two. We just hope that governments allow travel between those bundles of countries. There's no reason why they shouldn't be able to, because as we've started to see, Australia and New Zealand opening a Trans-Tasman corridor, and maybe the vaccinated countries will soon strike up bilateral agreements, multilateral agreements, which essentially create giant bubbles which allow travel between those places. But of course, from Etihad's point of view, that's a very different travel network to the one we're used to. The traditional model of connecting east and west is our lifeblood, so that'll be heavily disrupted by this change. It's really a fascinating scenario for the next year or so.
It certainly is. We live in interesting and challenging times. Ross and Tristan, thank you so much for joining me. It's always a pleasure to speak to get those insights. We have our poll result, and we asked you, given the current environment, are you comfortable planning and taking a trip this year? So we asked, were you uncomfortable, neutral, or comfortable? And we can tell you it's a straight 50-50 between uncomfortable and comfortable. There's no middle ground when people are talking about their comfort in taking a trip. Just going back over what we went through with the gentlemen, we talked through the trends. The GCC is recovering in line with vaccinations. The world of travel, especially airline travel as we know it, is still some distance away. There are two different approaches, what we would call the COVAX countries, like the UK, the US, and the UAE, versus, well, I suppose not versus, but it's a different approach, the isolationist countries like Australia and New Zealand. And the challenge going forward in the long term will be how the travel industry reconciles those two very, very different approaches. We're looking at the smaller pie, but the UAE is admirably placed to grab a very big part of it. That, how big, will depend on joined up thinking across the UAE between the sectors and the Emirates. We continue our analysis, we continue our insights, and we've got another session coming up just after this with Hisham and more guests.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Now we're steadily making our way through the day and in some cases have taken up just a little bit more time than was initially planned for. But when the conversation is this engaging, I don't think anyone in particular minds. Up next is a session that I've been personally looking quite forward to for a little while, potentially because it could descend into a little bit of argy-bargy and add a bit of excitement to our afternoon, because we're looking at the battle of importance and relevance. In one corner, you have big data, everybody's favorite because it's become a little bit of an industry buzzword. Mind you, also incredibly useful. And then in the other corner, you've got market research. Yes, that old favorite that everybody uses to get an insight into customer sentiment. Now, these are both big, important terms. Big data is always making the news as the next big thing or the big thing that's already here. And good old market research is familiar to all of us as well. At present, though, which one can we rely on more? What challenges do both approaches present? How can they be overcome? And also, can the two of these approaches, big data and market research, actually work synergistically to create value for all of us? Let's find out, but right before I introduce our speakers, once again, it's time for us to ask you a question. And so your poll question for this session is up on your screen. How equipped do you feel your organization is to take advantage of business intelligence? So you feel that you're not sufficiently equipped, you feel that you're quite equipped, or you feel that you're very equipped and ready to take on the world. Let us know your thoughts on that. In the meanwhile, what we're going to do is we're going to walk over and introduce the August panelists who are going to be joining us. The first up is the CEO at GTS Altitude. Join me in warmly, virtually welcoming Neil Stubbings. And of course, the VP for Insights at Forward Keys, Olivier Ponti as well. Thank you very much for joining us, gentlemen.
It's a pleasure. Hi, everybody. Thank you.
All right, gentlemen, first, before we kick off, in this particular instance, we don't have slides and presentations. So we're going to go right to the heart of the discussion. But before we do, let's just set the stage. Olivier, let's start with you. Give us a very quick minute to introduce what you do and also what Forward Key's done. Nice and succinct and easy, but let's let the audience know what's going on.
All right. So we're Forward Keys. We're a B2B travel analytics company specialized in air data. So the core of our business is to help our customers understand travel demand and trends in real time and anticipate travel flows. So to do this, we use big data on supply and demand. On the supply side, we're able to monitor air capacity scheduled by airlines. And on the demand side, we have the most comprehensive ticketing data covering the globe, from online bookings to travel agencies and airlines. So we work with all kinds of businesses across the travel ecosystem, from destinations like Abu Dhabi to hospitality, travel retail and duty-free operators, brands, media agencies, the oil and gas industry, investment funds, you name it. So we operate globally and we help our clients seize new market shares and new business opportunities.
Wonderful. And Neil, tell us a little bit about what you do at GTS Altitude.
Well, GTS is actually ironically very similar, apart from one subtle but rather important difference. We still are great believers in the importance of traditional market research. We believe that the market in the next 5 to 10 years is going to migrate, and where we're going to end up is a situation where clients understand, depending on the project, depending on the information you're looking to find, you either use big data, traditional research, or a hybrid model of the two. So we've positioned our company to basically make sure we cover all three spectrums of potential client need.
That's brilliant and quite succinctly put. So the bridge sort of between big data and research. Olivia, before we take this forward, what I really want to do is ask you to define big data, because the slight concern that we always have is that when a term is so particularly popular, it can start meaning different things to different people. So let's get a definition down for big data, and then we'll take the discussion forward.
All right. I think we could sum it up in 3 key elements. It's the scale that makes the difference. We are processing billions and billions of data points every single day. The velocity is also a key element. So it's data which is continuously updated. And I guess the access to this data is also an element that we need to take into account. That's data that can be accessed anytime and reprocessed so that it can answer specific questions. So just to be clear, Forward Keys uses big data, but we use a very specific kind of data. We're using data connected to the air travel sector. So we're not dealing with social medias or other types of big data sets. Our data sets are all focused on air travel, and it's structured information so that we can extract the most interesting pieces of information and share them with our clients at record speed.
So big data, big picture. It's in the name. Big data is big, and you're using it to find out about aggregate trends. That mean that with a big data approach, how easy or not easy is it to dig down? Do you lose track of individual insights when you are working with a big data approach?
I think it's really important always to keep in mind how you are going to use this information. That's the key. All right, so you have a question, you have it now, and you want an answer now. Big data is able to provide you with fresh insights. And I think in the current situation, that's absolutely key. Historical data has become pretty much irrelevant. All traditional statistics are backward-looking. They're available a couple of months after the fact. They're not going to help you make a decision now on what to do next. And that leads me to the second point, which is big data, especially the data we use, is forward-looking. Airlines need to schedule flights in the future. People book now, but they book about a future trip. So it's information that's available now, but that tells us something about the future.
So you're looking at current information to make to forecast the future. Anil, let's bring you into this conversation. Olivia has spoken a little bit about volatility. How well suited is market research to help organizations deal with volatility? Would you say that it's a better approach than aggregation, or what are your thoughts on the matter?
I would say that the two core methodologies have their respective strengths. I mean, if you look at the title of today's conversation, the battle for relevancy, I don't think it is a battle for relevancy. I think it's a battle for revenue. I mean, the reality is the market research industry at the moment, in terms of travel and tourism, last year, pre-COVID, we were estimated at a 3.6 billion euro industry. I doubt the big data industry in travel and tourism is anywhere near that size. So what's going to happen in the next 5 to 10 years? There's no doubt that big data will take a slice of that pie. And to be frank, it should. And that's something we ourselves are planning for. But the point I suppose I'd say is that big data is very good at discussing where something's occurring, when it's something occurring, and looking at trends. It is very poor at inferring decision making. And I suppose one of the reasons we've designed the company that we have and the structure that we offer our clients is that we believe you need to offer both. You need to understand the where and the why, but more importantly, the hearts and minds. Why are travelers doing what they're doing? If you want to set strategy, you need to know what's inside their head. And that's why we've taken the approach we have.
Olivier, I'm going to take the conversation back to you. So obviously Neil's talking about the fact that, you've got big data is great at the trends, but then inferring decision making from those trends might be something that requires additional support, which I suppose is fair. My question to you would be that when you have data as part of your name, when it's big data, obviously all the inferences, all the forecasts, etc., that you make will be it would be very highly correlated with the quality of the data that you're gathering in the first place. Now, to be fair, at Forward Keys, that isn't so much of a concern, I believe, because you're using very specific structured aviation data, and the aviation industry is a stickler for reporting things incredibly accurately. But do you have any thoughts on data quality? Because I see a lot of firms generally, not even in tourism, run into this idea of creating data lakes without actually trying to come up with ideas of, well, where is my data? What am I measuring? How am I going to measure it? So any thoughts you might have would be very valuable.
Yes, I think that we live in the era of the Internet of Things. There's more and more data being generated every day by pretty much every single tool or device that you may be using as a regular human being. So what do we do with this massa of information, which is often unstructured and that can have a poor quality? I think we need to be very conscious about which part of big data we want to work with. We've made our choice. We've decided to be very specific in the data sets that we use. And a large part of our activity is also about making sure that this data is as accurate as possible. Curating data is, I think, a key differentiator between businesses active on the big data front. It's not about how much data you have. It's not only about that. Of course, representativity is key. So you want to have big data that's representative of the phenomenon that you want to observe. But how good is the data is absolutely essential. The current crisis gives us a good opportunity to check the validity of the data because the market is so volatile that the data should reflect those changes in the market. When a travel corridor opens, do we actually see any impact of this new travel corridor in the data? And the answer is yes. And that's great. That's great for destinations and all actors, all players in the travel ecosystem, because it helps them understand what works and what doesn't. So what we've learned, for example, is that air corridors work. Each time you open an air corridor, there's bilateral collaboration between two countries, you see a spike in bookings. We've seen this in the Middle East very recently with the travel bubble or the air corridor established between Egypt and Russia. We're seeing a sharp increase in the number of bookings and tickets issued for a trip from Russia to Egypt, to the point that Egypt is actually growing on this market, not compared to 2020, but compared to 2019. So we're talking about proper growth here. So it's a good way of assessing the impact of measures that are being taken. So working on connectivity is also another example, or having well-targeted marketing campaigns. All of these are measures that you can take, and you can measure the impact of those campaigns and decisions that you've made in record time. That's what you need. You need feedback and quick feedback on whatever it is that you're doing to either succeed quickly or fail quickly.
If I may respond to that in two views. One, I fully agree with most of the comments that Olivier is saying. I think he's quite correct in terms of requirement for speed above the quality. I would say, though, I think one of the key issues in the new big data world is that there is not a lack of transparency on the quality of big data. We were recently commissioned by one of the world's leading DMOs to assess key travel search and bookings data from the different providers around the world. And we looked at it in two ways. First of all, we looking at the data sources versus one another. And then in the case of the study that we did, we looked at it against official immigration figures. And the study came out with two clear outcomes. One, the amount of variability between the 5 data sources was huge. And the second one was that the variability of and the correlation of the 5 data sources versus known government official data was also quite large. So it simply says somebody's wrong, and therefore you cannot just blindly count on. And I think this is something which will resolve itself in the next 1 or 2 years. I'm not saying this is an ongoing issue, but at the moment there is clearly a lack of transparency in terms of quality of data. People are quite rightfully focusing on commercializing their data. There's a lot of big companies out there sitting on some big data sets that want to commercialize them, and that in no way reflects on the quality of their data.
Neil, I'm going to have to ask you, I'm just going to pick up on this before I forget, because my short-term memory is short today. But the accusation, and yes, I think everybody who's worked in data, big data, is aware of the fact that the Achilles heel, if you will, is that you need to sort out the quality of your data, because if what goes in isn't quality, you're never going to get quality out. But surely the same criticism can be leveled at market research, because I don't know about you, but I have never met 2 market research studies on the same subject that agree. It just doesn't happen in my world.
I fully agree, and that's why I believe the industry is evolving. I think the industry is evolving to a hybrid model. If you were to zoom 5 years into the future, I think what you're going to see is very much a combination of big data and traditional research methodologies where they complement each other. In fact, we've done it already. So we were commissioned by a DMO to look at forecasting, a very topical issue at the moment. And what we discovered was that just relying on big data, our forecasting modeling was actually not particularly strong. As soon as we combined it with external metrics, which weren't traditionally of the market research industry, such as consumer confidence, business confidence, these are not necessarily traditionally consumer metrics, travel metrics, and then we also combined them with other metrics which we had developed, suddenly our modeling increased hand over foot. And I would say, and I'm going to put a huge caveat here, pre-COVID, probably to our knowledge, one of the most accurate modeling forecastings in the world. Now, there's a big elephant in the room in that conversation, and that's COVID. A lot of forecasting using big data is heavily dependent upon historical data. You use historical data to predict forward data. But the reality is big data cannot predict structural changes in the market. It could not have predicted COVID. It could not have even predicted back in 2008 the GFC. But as soon as you start bringing external data sources and traditional market research, which, to be honest, I hate the term modern market research has been going for 40 years and has evolved in what it does during that time. That when you combine the two together, that is where you see value. And I think that is where the market will move to a hybrid model between the two.
Olivier, I'm going to throw this over to you because this is a discussion that I think industry experts have all the time, and we've had it. And generally speaking, to Neil's point, does big data only really work when things are business as usual? Because I think that when we look at structured data and we look at historical data, surprises are difficult to deal with. Would you agree with that assessment, or can we find a way around it?
Olivier?
Yes. Mohammed, I'll get back to in a second. I'd like to start with a reaction to what Neil has just said regarding the transparency and the potential gap between official statistics and data that comes from big data. It's really interesting to see that a growing number of our customers are central banks and statistical offices. Why is that? Because they are aware of the flows of their own observation systems. When they collect information at the airport on the profile of passengers, they usually do that based on face-to-face interviews, and they know that they have some sampling issues. That's typically the case in the UK, for example. Central banks also use our information to plug into their system and correct the data that they get from other tools that they have at their disposal. So we try to be as transparent as possible. We're transparent, providing them the data and enabling them to see the strengths and weaknesses of the systems that they have in place. And I must say, sometimes their systems, the official statistic, are so flawed that our data is more than a way to double check. It becomes the new reference. So I think we have many different situations here. And as you were mentioning, Neil, the key point is that smart players on the market are the ones that are able to combine the different sources of information to get as close as possible to the truth.
And I'd agree with that. This is where I know this is supposed to be debate and where Olivia and I go head to head, but the reality is there are certain elements where there is commonality in our thinking. I think the bigger issue is where do we differ in our thinking. I'm far, because I am of a traditional market research background. I am far more cynical to the quality of big data sets, and I need them proven to me before I choose to use them. Olivia, please represent yourself as you want to, but I think you're more of the sort of the big data world where you're prepared to, with quality checks, accept that the data you've been given is valid. And I think that's part of the evolution of where we're at right now. I think the two worlds are not in conflict. The two worlds are just trying to come together. And I think that's what's going to happen in the next 5 years. The two worlds will merge.
Before Olivia responds to that, Neil, bear with me. I just want a clarification again before I forget. Neil, you say you've been a traditional market researcher, but what does that mean? Does that mean like asking people to fill in surveys, cold calls? Because very often in our region, that's what it means, but I don't think that's what it means for you. So what is traditional market research? And then what is modern market research?
Yeah, I fully understand that depending around the world, it varies in methodology. But in my world, in most of the countries that I do research, and that's all around the globe, you will find that there is access to panelists who are prepared to openly and objectively share their thinking with you. So it is. I'm a great believer is in a situation particularly of high flux like we face now with COVID, where really, let's be honest, a lot of the old rules have gone out the window. You have to fall back on basic principles. Principles are ask people what they think. Don't try and infer it by their behavior. Big data gives us that. No doubts about it. And it does it very, very, very well. But at these stages, with COVID sitting in the corner, I think we have to accept the fact, at least for 1 or 2 years, there should be a leading back towards traditional research or modern research, if we like to call it. And what will happen over the next 2, 3, 4, 5 years is increasingly big data will take a more important role. And I think that's what's going to happen. But right now, during this, let's call it a crisis, it is a crisis for our industry. I think you do need to fall more back on hybrid models where you use both traditional research and big data.
So that's a good point from Neil. Essentially, rather than inferring, why don't you just go ask people? Here, sometimes that means that people are cold calling you even when you're on stage, but there are other ways of doing it, as Neil has just expressed. Now, Olivier, final point to you on this before we move the conversation in a slightly different direction. We've only got a few minutes left, and there are some things I want to explore with you. So final response to anything Neil has said?
Yes, I'd like to go back to the impossibility to forecast.
Yes.
Which I don't think is true.
I think we agree.
I think algorithms that make very intensive use of a lot of historical data are all challenged. at the moment. That's clear because the crisis we're facing is unprecedented. This said, it doesn't mean that we cannot look into the future. Again, we have information now about the future. And that's something we should use because many businesses really need to make decisions about the future. Travel retail and duty-free operators, for example, they need to organize their supply chain. They need to know where to ship what kind of products. They need to be able to anticipate who is likely to enter in their shop, and they need to know which shop they should open and which shop they should close. So this is information that we're providing them with at terminal level so that they can get ready for it. But of course, an additional layer of human intelligence is needed because two of the key elements influencing travel demand at the moment, the pandemic on the one hand and travel restrictions on the other hand, are things that cannot be anticipated.
So let me see if I get this right.
Businesses need to make some decisions, and we are helping them based on the best available data to make these decisions, knowing that this may be wrong and this needs to be constantly readjusted. But you cannot let people in the dark and say, hey, you know what? I have some information that could be helpful to you, but I'm not going to share it with you.
I suppose this is where we're slightly philosophically different in our thinking. You said it yourself. There are variables which are simply impossible to predict. We cannot predict COVID rollout. We cannot predict the vaccine rollout. We cannot predict government closing and open borders. There are simply far too many interlocking variables to create a meaningful forecast. Now, at best, you could do a best, middle, and worst case scenario. But even that relies on assumptions. So I think, I hate to say it.
You can see which markets have reactivated. Russia, the United States, for example, are two key markets that have started to travel again.
I agree.
And it's really important for players on this market to understand what those key source markets are booking. That's the way you will make the decisions on your marketing campaigns, on the kind of policies that you will put in place to gain a bigger market share. We work very closely with the Central Bank of the Dominican Republic, for example, and they've really managed to make that switch from traditional marketing to tactical marketing, trying to understand what their competitive position was in the Caribbean, and trying to communicate the right messages to the US because they've seen that this market had reactivated and they completely dropped the other key source markets.
Right, so gentlemen, I'm going to interject here.
For insurance and the likes, and that worked.
If I make one observation, I fully agree. Some markets are reactivating. I would, though, roll over the huge caveat is that the world is not the same. Since COVID, there are markets which are going to suffer. There are markets which are going to benefit. Traditional places which people have gone for tourism are basically going to, not necessarily die, but they're certainly going to suffer in the next 1 to 2 years. And others, which perhaps were second tier, even third tier, they're going to take off. And at the moment, we don't know that information. And that's one of the weaknesses of big data. Big data cannot make those sorts of calls. This is where modern research can basically go out and ask what people are intending to do. And that is why I say it has to be a combination of the two. The data that you're talking about, Olivia, I agree, is fantastic data to sit in the background as the core model. But you have to overlay and calibrate that model with what people say they're going to do, how they're feeling, why they're going to places, why they're avoiding places, why they're preferencing other places. It needs to be the two together. Otherwise,
yes, I think that's why we need to celebrate. There's this setting of a debate, but we need to celebrate the fact that we have access to both traditional research techniques and big data, and that's our one opportunity to quickly get out of this crisis. We didn't have that kind of information available for previous crises.
So
we now
gentlemen,
have it. We need to make the most of both worlds so that we can quickly rebound.
So there you go. Great minds think alike.
And everybody has come
and Liv and I
together.
clearly share the same thinking.
Yeah, so everybody has come together. And I think, gentlemen, that you've been very persuasive in your own ways, and you've sort of convinced me. I'm a simple man, but even I can grasp this idea that essentially big data is instrumental in telling you who's flying, where they're flying from, where they're going. And, so that trends data is there, allows you to make forecasts. Like you said, Olivier, it also tells you this shop is performing well, this shop is performing perhaps not as well at till level, and it enables you it gives you the information to make those decisions. Where you, I suppose, to Neil's point, need market research is because you know that customers aren't going to a particular shop, but you don't really know why they're not. So the hidden motivations there perhaps require market research. So you shake big data and market research, put it into like a tumbler, shake it around, and what you get is a more holistic picture that perhaps we could call business intelligence. And that neatly segues us to a poll question that I'd asked right before I'd invited you gentlemen to join us on our wonderful virtual stage. And the question was, as an organization, how equipped do you feel that to take advantage of business intelligence, a term that we're now defining as a little bit of a hybrid between good data sources with market research feeding into it, and then moving on to big data to do the analytics. 28% think that they're not that particularly well equipped, but 57% of the people who are joining us right now, and they're in the hundreds, think that they are quite equipped. And 14% are very confident that they are indeed very equipped to take take advantage of business intelligence. So 28% not sufficiently equipped, 57% quite equipped, very confident and very equipped, 14%. With your experiences, does that gel with what you see in surveys or with your sentiment in other parts of the world as well?
Yeah, very much so. I mean, what we're hearing from around the world is that most of particularly the DMOs, but obviously the providers, what they realize is that stage one is reinvigorating their domestic markets and their regional markets. And obviously those are areas where they have a high degree of understanding, but they also don't have the same quarantine issues that you do with long haul. So if that's what their short to medium term objectives are, I'm not surprised they have a good grasp of things. I'm probably interested to hear what their view is about 1 year down the track or 2 years down the track. I think that's probably going to be a very different mindset and a very different answer to that question.
Brilliant. Olivier, and your final thoughts?
Well, I think it's great to see that destinations and players within the travel ecosystem are getting equipped. I think there's a trend here, an acceleration. If anything, the crisis has accelerated this phenomenon. I think the next challenge, once you are equipped, is to make sure that you make good use of this information and that data does not remain in a bubble within your organization. That is the property of researchers within your organization. It's important that the whole organization becomes data-minded, data-driven, and uses data to make better decisions at all levels. So that requires a mind shift in many different organizations, but it's really worth putting the effort of empowering people within your organization so that they know how they can use data to work better.
I fully agree, and thank you for your thinking, Olivier. I fully agree.
Well, thank you. Actually, it is us who should be thanking you. Thank you, Neil. Thank you, Olivier. Big data. Data needs to be curated. Data needs to be found, and then it needs to be used. And in order to do that effectively, you need to break down silos. Also, market research and big data are not actually at war. They are, in fact, two complementary sides of the same quite wonderful session. Really enjoyed that. Always love an invigorating little bit of debating. Ladies and gentlemen, we are coming towards the latter half of our day, and we're going to move towards another insightful and invigorating session. And my colleague Eve will be taking over in a minute to talk about something that is very important to a lot of us here locally, and in fact, because these are signature events to the entire world. We're going to be talking about Expo 2020, data analytics, and the MICE industry in general just after this. So don't go anywhere, stay with us, and we'll see you in just a moment.
have to be at the right place, where East meets West, where ambition meets vision, and opportunity knocks at every corner. You must have talent. The best, from all walks of life, in all corners of the globe. The seers, the experts, the movers and shakers, all coming together to build their future. Of course, such big names must have their space, where ideas can become realities, where you can be uplifted, surprised, inspired, and of course, indulged. Because business must have its pleasures. 5-star comfort and exceptional flavors. Green lakes and turquoise waters that are the finest reward at the end of the day for all that hard work. So, when does your success story begin?
Welcome back, everybody, and we hope you are gaining in knowledge and insight as we move through this day, aided by panels of experts and robust discussion. And there's none that I've been looking forward more to than this one, because we're going to be talking about data analytics, Expo 2020 and the MICE industry. Now, in case you didn't know, it's meetings, incentives, conferences and exhibitions. That is the MICE industry, and it's an industry very close to those of us who are involved in this event, a hybrid event. Let's look at the MICE industry in the UAE, which was among the global leaders before the COVID-19 pandemic. How does it now recover? How do we integrate the digital and physical spaces post-COVID? As you can see, we're doing it right now. Expo 2020 is coming up. How is that going to make a difference, and will that have an impact on the sector that's been decimated? And how can data help that event? To answer these and other questions, I am delighted to be joined by an esteemed panel. Mubarak Al-Shamazi is Director of Abu Dhabi Convention and Exhibition Bureau. Nick Mott is Managing Director, Data Architecture and Strategy EMEA for Adara. Darar Al-Manasir is Director of Strategy Management and Excellence at Abu Dhabi National Exhibition Centre Group. And Sue Ramanathan is Vice President, Market Strategy and Sales at Expo 2020. But as always, while they're getting themselves comfortable and remembering to unmute themselves when they're talking, we have a poll for those of you watching us. Given the impact that COVID has had on meetings and events, where do you see the MICE industry heading post-COVID? And we're going to give you 3 options there on your screen. A, live business events will come back, but will not go back to pre-COVID levels in the near future. B, mixture of in-person and hybrid events. C, hybrid events will become the norm and dominate the industry. Well, I'm sure those on our panel will have plenty to say about this, and I'm delighted to be asking the overall question. The overall question that we are looking at today is, what are the new trends? How are the new trends in the MICE industry affecting the UAE as a destination? And how can data help to mitigate the effects? Now, Mubarak Al-Shamazi, I'm going to start with you and ask you if you wouldn't mind giving us an overall view of trends in the industry. You're admirably placed to that. And you can unmute yourself before you speak, Mubarak.
Sure, Eve. Thank you so much for hosting us here today with my colleagues here and the industry expert that we have on the panel. Definitely, it's important to look into the industry and the MICE industry. I think you gave a very great introduction on the MICE industry itself, and how important it is to the sector and the economy overall. Let me start with this. As you've mentioned at the beginning of your introduction, that I'll be talking a little bit about the trends that's affecting today the MICE industry within the UAE and the region overall, and how is data is helping us overcoming that, and how it's impacting us, in other words. As you can see today, business event sectors or MICE contributes very significantly to the economic development of destination worldwide. It comes, as been mentioned by the other speakers before, with no surprise that it's been that the sector has a very vital role in the post-pandemic recovery phase that we are looking into. DMOs globally were very much forced to think differently today and rapidly adapt their operations and their plans to align with the sudden shift that we are seeing with such pandemic hitting the industry, and to ensure that their offering today and processes and delivery meets the latest needs and the industry of the industry and its professional as it requires as we go. The need of contingency planning today will become a very much higher than ever before. Businesses will now seek much more prepare for all scenarios, which definitely means that we will operate with much more higher level of cautious in the future. If I would move to the trends, we know for a fact that, and as where we are here today in this hybrid or let's say virtual platforms, COVID-19 definitely incentivized the pre-existing online trends that we are seeing within the MICE industry, and definitely affected how we do engage with our stakeholders today and the industry partners that we are working with. It is, I think, from my perspective, it is a requirement that DMOs globally have the skills and the tools needed to pivot their events, or let's say the delivery of their events accordingly, without compromising on value or quality and the outcomes of such events happening again. With consumers and businesses today being so hybrid, so hyper connected today, digital transformation definitely has become an immensely important for the success and the progressions of any organization we are seeing today or any destination. Digitization and flexibility of venues definitely will be highly important. Venues will be expected today from partners and clients to offer much more options for virtual and hybrid events, which we are seeing across the destination today, Abu Dhabi and other venues, and definitely with much more enhanced technology and infrastructure and flexible rooms and green rooms and all that requires for delivery of such a hybrid model, or let's say virtual model. MICE events that we are seeing today definitely will behave differently to the past. While this recovery definitely that we are seeing today will differ, as been mentioned, from country to country. We can expect different themes across the different elements or the different, let's say, main pillars of the MICE industry. We're thinking from our perspective that the industry itself, or the MICE industry, will focus on much more smaller domestic events with evaluated hygiene and social distancing demands that's been required by different destinations or different venues or different destinations. Speaking about that, delivery of the virtual events itself significantly increased as a result of the pandemic. Hence, what we are seeing today with many destinations gradually opening up for businesses for business tourism, we believe that virtual and hybrid events today are here to stay and taking a large piece of the MICE industry pie. By leveraging today what we are seeing, the power of data has been mentioned, and digital transformation, definitely we will be able to reach a wider audience and to ensure that our destination today remains recognized among MICE professionals across the globe. Within a smaller example here, within the Abu Dhabi Convention and Exhibition Bureau, definitely we work very closely with all the government entity that works very closely with us to develop related to the situation that's happening today to help us to put and to plan for the future from a healthy and safety and visitor experience perspective. And today, I have to say that the UAE and Abu Dhabi specifically has been praised globally for measures of undertaken to contain the spread of COVID-19 and the virus and minimizing its impact today to the economy. I can definitely confidently say that we are optimistic about the future and have no doubt that we will be able to overcome these challenges that we are coming in. Flexibility today and curiosity during this period specifically and post-pandemic will be a key for a successful future events and exhibition. We are definitely pretty much optimistic about the future of the MICE sector and look forward definitely to welcome all the MICE events coming. And that pretty much sums my overview of the industry trends and the MICE industry.
Mubarak, thank you so much. That's been hugely useful. Please do stay with us and listen to the input that we'll have in just a moment from Dirar and from Sue about some very concrete episodes in the history of the region and the MICE industry. But first, I want to turn to Nick Mott, who's Managing Director, Data Architecture and Strategy EMEA for Adara. Nick, you're the data guy. How can data help us make more informed decisions?
Sure, yeah. Listen, first and foremost, I mean, this is a great event. Thank you for inviting us all onto this panel. Thank you, Abu Dhabi Tourism, as well, for hosting such a great event. Look, I think Mubarak summed it up really well. Earlier, things have changed, right? And that's the reality of what we're looking at now. Behaviours have changed. How we book and how we plan travel, not just for leisure, but for business also has changed. So I think fundamentally, our daily habits are changing. And, really what I wanted to do now, sort of for the next couple of minutes, if I may, was being the data guy. I'm not sure it's a warranted title or not, but I'll do my best. Is to kind of give you some real time and some forward-looking insights into travel trends and how that's affecting both business travel and the MICE industry today. So let's hope technology is with us. Just bear with me.
You're there. We can see your slide.
Okay, great. Okay, so I just really want to start by stating the obvious, right? I think this has been mentioned through the course of today. I think MICE and business-related events were absolutely a high point and a peak in 2019. It was absolutely trailblazing, but also we know in 2020 it pretty much fell off the cliff, right? And if you look at the slide here that I've got, you can see 2019 bookings, which is the magenta line, kind of really peaking high. And then if we look at through 2020 and 2021, respectively, for bookings and searches, we can see that 45% decline. So it's a significant drop due to what Neil and Olivier were saying in the previous discussion. Around essentially governments and destinations really are huge influencers, right, in how we're approaching travel moving forward. And we know that there still continues to be uncertainty that clouds 2021, and that uncertainty has led to this drastic change that Mubarak has quite rightly pointed out. And we know that technology is really kind of bringing events, to us. And I think we've spoken about this before. That there is a common thread and a common theme here, which is around this hybrid model. And I'm hoping the next couple of slides will show you that actually, it's not just the end of in-person events as we see it. That we actually are going to see, in-person coming back, but we are also going to see a huge amount of virtual and video technology taking over as well. One thing that is very interesting that I just want to finally touch on this particular slide is that we noticed from the data that we've actually pulled here, at Adara is that we've seen that there's actually been a significant change in booking windows when it comes to business-related events. So 1 in 2 bookings now we're actually seeing are way shorter. So again, that uncertainty that clouds 2021 is leading to people kind of making decisions at the last minute. And then really, it's not all doom and gloom. You know, I do want to kind of bring some good news. If we could just jump to the next slide, please. And that is great. Thank you very much. Want to spend some time looking at the data since the actual vaccine rollout. Okay, so this is pretty fresh data. And since the vaccine programs have been rolled out globally and very publicly in February 2021, you know, we have seen a confidence grow within the business community. Again, if we look at the pre-vaccine announcement, so before the vaccines were announced, again, looking at that magenta line on the graph, you can see it's pretty much flatlining, which is something we all want to avoid. But as soon as we, if we jump to the purple line, you can actually see that post vaccine program rollout, there is a definite confidence spike that you can see happening there, and we can see, you know, some life coming back from a search and a booking potential. And actually, it was actually 4 times the pre-vaccine level. So for sure, this data is telling us that there is a veracity for in-person events and to get back out there and get back on planes and shaking people's hands again and meeting back in person. Next slide, please. And the really last sort of couple of things from me is that in addition to kind of looking at just the generalistic vaccine rollout, right, it's also really important to see how we work with governments. I'll probably touch on this a little bit later as well, and it kind of does piggyback again from the previous discussion that, you know, we're in a world of data and research now where everything has to be connected, right? They spoke, you know, there was some discussions about big data earlier, but we firmly believe at Adara it's all about smart data. It's about being connected, it's about being transparent, and it's about ensuring that we're working with the right partners in a complementary way to bring the right data and bring the right insights. And this is a great example of that. You can see here, this is from the UK government, and it shows how influential the governments are in driving confidence when it comes to travel and business travel. So when the governments made the announcement, if you can see here, this is a forward-looking view. When the governments made the announcement back on the UK government made the announcement back on the 22nd of February, they basically illustrated their roadmap for restrictions to be lifted in May, on the 17th of May. Again, you can see from the purple line that you can see some interest and a spike in search and bookings for business-related events. Okay, versus again that magenta line that's trending the wrong way. But then we also looked at not just the announcement back in February 2020. We actually looked at really brand new data, and we looked at the UK's announcement and how that affected business travel as recent as last week, when the UK government actually announced that they were going to extend their travel ban till the end of June. And if you look at the sky blue line, actually in collaboration with the vaccine rollout and the confidence that's building with the vaccine rollout, we actually saw a much higher spike in people looking to travel to MICE destinations for business-related travel towards the end of June. So again, this is a great insight to show us that you know, governments drive confidence, and in addition to that, you know, there is a veracity there and a confidence and an appetite to travel again. The final slide, if you could just jump to the last slide, please, that I just really wanted to share with you was actually around social sentiment. And I just want to share with you, we just looked at some tweets and we looked at some related keywords. So the keywords were kind of, you know, COVID, pandemic, safety, etc., etc. You know, these key COVID words. And the fantastic thing that we've seen is that the UAE had the joint 3rd highest positive sentiment from all of these tweets that we pulled. Okay, and that just shows the great job that UAE government has done in its vaccine rollout, as Mubarak has mentioned. And in addition to that, you know, the collaborative effort that they've done working with their DMOs to actually drive confidence to bring people back into the region. So that's kind of a few insights from my perspective, Eve. You know, around what we're seeing in real time and as a forward-looking outlook.
That's fantastic. Thank you, Nick. And everybody in the industry here should be justifiably proud of that confidence in the UAE as a destination. Now we're going to get some concrete examples of what's been happening in the last year, good and bad. Dirar, you've had a torrid time of it, but what have we learned from 2020?
Thank you, Eve, and good afternoon, all. I'm gonna base my answer based on a real life example and the cases that we faced through the last year, and also my answers will be based on reports and analysis that we have done through interviewing industry professionals. We have been interviewing them during 2020, and lately, as you may know, we celebrated we organized and hosted IDEX, which is the biggest event in the Middle East, organized by Abu Dhabi. And it was really a very good message from Abu Dhabi and UAE that we will bounce back stronger, inshallah. So during the event, we capitalized on this opportunity that we hosted 60,000 visitors, and they are exhibitors, companies, businessmen, and they are industry professionals. So we capitalized on this golden opportunity and we interviewed them in order to understand about the behavior and the coming trends. And the good news that was confirmed by them, which helped us to understand where are we heading, is very positive. There is a hunger to going back to physical events. There is a need to go back to physical events because this is how we are, this is our nature. And also, we even tried to capitalize on this conversation to understand what does it mean hybrid event. So what is a hybrid event in the near future? And their answer were really very clear. A hybrid event for them is enhancing, capitalizing on technology, enhancing the guest experience, the customer experience end to end, using several data points in order to enhance his experience. But the physical presence and the physical experience, they would like it to happen. And that's very good news for the destination. But they also expect, because of technology and what we went through to 2020 and 2021, they expect also to provide a virtual platform to support and complement and be an alternative when needed. So the good news for us, destinations, hotels, airline, that as a human nature, as businessmen, as people, as companies, we would like to continue seeing each other, do the physical transaction, but at the same time, the whole holistic experience needs to be revisited based on data, based on technology, in order to enhance the customer experience. And that was really confirmed by the experience of our visitors during IDEX. Just to mention quickly about IDEX, we hosted fewer number of visitors compared to previous editions. However, all the exhibitors, they were happier. And when we asked them why, they were saying, now and the future is about quality of engagement more than quantity of engagement. If I am seeing properly 2, 3, 4 buyers and have the right conversation with them, for me as an exhibitor, is better than seeing 100, but sometimes it's not the right match.
Well, I'm sure that it will go from strength to strength. It's so interesting to me to hear about the experience of this actual event and to know that, well, we may not have purely physical and face-to-face events for the future, but there will be a workaround and there will be ways of making it work. Now, a fascinating other example will come from Sue Ramanathan of Expo 2020. Sue, tell us about what you're doing at the moment. You're using the Expo preview in a very interesting way from a data perspective. Tell us about what you're doing.
Hi, Eve. Thank you, everyone, and also a very good afternoon. I mean, I think one of the interesting things about Expo, it's actually from a data perspective, it's an outlier, if I may call that. When I think one of the during a crisis or during a pandemic, and when destinations are opening up, people are very, very careful about the selection of where they want to go. But when there's a mega event, it's a massive draw card. And I think it puts the focus on a particular destination, which is very interesting. For us, what we did is we decided to provide a sneak preview of the Expo pavilions to some of the public to come in and take a look at it. I think one of the reasons why we did that is especially people in the domestic arena have been waiting for Expo since 2013. And we wanted to really share some of it with them before the October opening. But number two, it also allowed us really to take a look at how can we manage the event on a larger scale, in October when it comes to openings. So far, we opened on the 15th of January with 70,000 visitors come through, and that enabled us, first and foremost, to redesign our operations to create not only the world's greatest show, but also the world's safest show. But number two, it also enabled us from an operational perspective on a smaller scale to test what works and what doesn't work. And the data that we collected from it is actually going to enable us to enhance the visitor experience when we actually open the doors come October time. And I think it's very valuable to have the opportunity to test at a smaller scale, particularly for a large event like ourselves. And I'm sure a number of other venues are also starting to do that, but we have been very fortunate. What we are also doing is redesigning some of the visitor experience, because now we can see what kind of social distancing needs to be done. Our ticketing system, we were also able to test it and say, how can we do dated and time tickets? What are consumers thinking? Because this part of the world, people don't like to book. They arrive at the gate and they book their tickets. So can we see the shift in terms of consumer pattern and trends? Can we get people actually to start booking time slots? What are the incentives that we can provide? So we are quite rich now in terms of being able to understand consumer behavior. But I think more importantly, what are the incentives you can provide to change consumer behavior? Because we would require that data when we are actually opening the doors.
Fascinating. And an interesting point that I know we have touched on before, Sue, is the idea that the UAE as a destination is the setting for Expo. So I think I said it to you before, it's all very well providing a safe environment within the Expo site for visitors. How important is it that the UAE as a whole, as Nick has mentioned, be perceived as a safe destination?
Nick mentioned something very interesting, which is the social sentiments, because surprisingly, that is one of the things that really drive a destination choice. Today, we are all in a place where information is not readily available, but more importantly, information changes on every week or sometimes even on a daily basis. And I think the cohesiveness and the collaboration of every single entity coming together is really crucial. And I believe that's where the UAE has actually spoken with a single voice, whether it's the airports, whether it's the airlines, whether it's the health authorities, whether it's the hotel industry, the tourism bureaus and the convention bureaus, they've all come together to collaborate. I think the data sharing, one of the things that we speak about is not actually the body component of the data, is how do you share the data in real time with the rest of the entities so that you're all singing from the same hymn sheet, number one. And number two, you've got the right degree of transparency and you're communicating in a singular voice to the public. That's where the sentiment and confidence actually comes in. And I think the UAE has done that fantastically. The fact that we are, trending, as a third most, third destination that inspires confidence, I think goes a long way in terms of ensuring that. And that is also what is going to help the MICE industry recover. Later, when we come back, I'd like to share with you some of the trends that we are seeing from the MICE industry for Expo. But I'll hand over to you, and we'll also continue hearing from the rest of our colleagues.
Wonderful. Mubarak, talk to me about this. Now, we have a lot of confidence, but we can't rest on our laurels. What's important to ensure cohesion and to ensure that everybody's working together to make sure that this confidence is kept at an all-time high in the UAE?
Sue has mentioned today, and even there are, when mentioned today, about really great events that's happening in UAE. And I just want to highlight and echo what you guys mentioned. Today, I would call it the UAE Inc., or the different partners, and you name them, from airports to tourism, to municipalities, to everyone. I think the way that we're fortunate enough here in UAE that we work very closely together in order to achieve ultimate goal of all these events, that reflecting back to the destination and restore, let's say, even increase the confidence of visitors and delegates coming to Abu Dhabi, visitors or MICE delegates alike. So it's very important we highlight on that.
If I can just, if you don't mind, I'll try and piggyback off the back of that, Mubarak and Sue. I think you've both hit really resonating points with me. You know, at Adara, we actually work as a middleware solution to actually be the glue that connects all of those different entities together to provide you kind of that one singular view. You know, for us, it's music to my ears when I hear you guys talking about how data needs to be connected. You know, and there was talk in the previous session around, you know, big data, but we firmly believe it's all about smart data now, right? You know, it's very important that the data needs to be smart. It needs to be cleaned and filtered, and that's the most important thing as we move into this new transitional period over the next couple of years, is that we're using data and we're using market research, and we're working with, you know, a live example is that we're working with a DMO or two DMOs in the region today around validation of data. And I think this is really important, because I think if you're working with third-party data and you're able to validate that view with the view of the actual end customer and user, you're in a position where you do have the source of truth, right? And you're able, if you're able to then enrich that data and then also sync that data together, you know, you're in a position where you're certainly in a much stronger position to forecast. And I think forecasting, as we try and get through sustained recovery and we push on legacy beyond that, is really important. And you know, for me, the most important thing is pre-pandemic, we were all hooked on the using data to find the incremental opportunity, right? We were all obsessed with that. And we kind of ignored the signs and the predictions around the decremental threat, right? And the last session was like, we'd never been able to predict it. But I would challenge that and say, if we were as data savvy, looking at not just incremental, but decremental threats as well, we could be well placed to maybe mitigate those risks. And a use case in that particular scenario is, you know, attended events got absolutely decimated in 2020, as we know. But what if we use the data to understand what the unattended opportunity is, right? Instead of us thinking about how do we get back to the attended view, what about the unattended view? And where's the opportunity there now? Because there's a huge opportunity around virtual events. You know, Sue gave a great example around, you know, the unattended opportunity where it's showcasing, you know, Expo to the millions of people that want to see it, right? And I think, again, we need to start really focusing and thinking about not just the attended scenario, but also the unattended opportunity as well.
The interesting thing about the data, it not only sharpens your visitor projection, which is what a number of destinations and exhibition centers are doing, but it also enables you to sharpen your marketing. So from our side, as a marketer myself, I do not want to say, you know, hype, but, you know, you do marketing which is hype, and then you do marketing which is hygiene. And most destinations and events tend to sell, you know, why it's so great to come, what are the intangible benefits, how the feel-good factor that you get. But our data research very clearly points out to the fact that the hygiene factors need to be addressed equally. And that's why the sentiment data, you know, vaccination rollout, the government regulations, the test and trace systems are very critical, because now marketing needs to marry both. Which is the hygiene factor and the hype factor to sell, when previously all we could do is we can rely on the attractiveness of a destination or attractiveness of an event.
But just a couple of things here in regards to the data that you've mentioned, Guy. I think it's not something that it can work by itself. I think it's an overall teamwork at the end of the day in order to do that. For example, we know for a fact that we have venues that are really high when it comes to social distancing and pre-measurements and all the requirements when it comes to COVID-19, but it also needs to be linked to the destination overall, the rollout of vaccine, the save of travel and all that. I think all this combined definitely give us a great opportunity to restore confidence to the industry. I think Dirar has a very good live example on how ADNIC has been doing a very good job for IDEX and a couple of events that's been done in regards to the venue and even the hybrid and virtual model of things there are. And Eve, you can just wave to us if you would like us to conclude the session.
Yes.
So we're more than happy to do so after Dira.
Yes, we are sort of looking towards moving in that general direction. I will give all of you final comments just very briefly. But first, the reason that I'm here is because we have a poll question. And as you know, we put the poll to our public before we start a session. And then when they come back with the results, we wanted to share them with you and discuss them a little bit. So I'm going to read out the poll question. Given the impact that COVID has had on meetings and events, where do you see the MICE industry heading post-COVID? So let's then see just precisely where our participants think that they're going to be going. So a full 40%, and all of you will find this interesting, believe that live business events will come back, but will not go back to pre-COVID levels just in the near future. 60% of you believe that what we'll be seeing is a mixture of in-person and hybrid events. And 0, which is the first time I'm seeing that reading, which is super, 0 of you think that hybrid events will become the norm and dominate the industry. So it doesn't look like anybody wants to do a whole lot of hybrid for the future, which is, and I thought we were doing a great and fabulous job because this is a hybrid event, but the public has spoken. So thank you very much. If anybody has a final comment, please go for it. If not, I think we'll close this session. Thank you very much, Eve. Sorry about the sound concerns there. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to sort our sound out and we're going to be back because we've got the day's last session to share with you. Don't go anywhere. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Well, it's all been fun, games, excitement, and loads of insight. I know that in the previous session we had a little bit of a sound issue, but that is just the toss of the coin when you're putting together these big, fabulous, complicated hybrid events. And this is probably the reason why 0% of you in the last poll actually wanted hybrid events to become a fact of life forever. So we are trotting closer and closer to the finish line. And I thank you very, very much for staying with us, for participating with us, for answering all our poll questions. We're almost there, but we're not done quite yet. So our last full session for the day. Now we've got a surprise little interview for you after this, and we'll talk a little bit more about that, but don't close your laptops down and run away after this session because we've got a surprise. But let's talk about this last session. It takes a look at a number of things. First up, it takes a look at predictive analytics leading to a better guest experience. Why is that important, you'd ask? Well, it's very simple, because if people aren't flying because of whatever reason, because they don't want to or because they can't, then it makes sense to generate memorable experiences for those who are flying, those who can fly, those who are visiting us, so that they become loyal, repeat customers. Now, we want to talk about predictive analytics and dive down a little bit into how we can improve customer guest experiences. But our guests on this panel are also have very compelling macro level figures. And that will give us some forecasts and some predictions on what's around the corner for tourism as a whole. So then on the one hand, we're doing predictive analytics in the guest experience, but we will also be chatting around the macro trends, because as I said to you at the start of the day, we still really want to just answer the basic, simple, honest questions. When can we get people moving safely, and is that around the corner or not? Now, ladies and gentlemen, as ever, and by now this has become a tradition, I am going to postulate a poll question for you. And this is your question showing up on the right of your screen as ever. For right now, what is the biggest barrier that is stopping you from traveling? The biggest barrier stopping you from getting on a plane or in a car right now and crossing the continent? Is it financial worry? Safety, by that we mean virus-related, health-related safety, and any other safety you can think of. Regulation, that you're simply not allowed to. Or just the fact that because of all the uncertainty, it's a lack of flights, so it's a lack of opportunity. While you have a think about that, I am going to kick on and introduce our panelists for this session. Let's get right into the discussion. And once again, because I want to make sure that everybody knows who everybody is, Stuart, you're the General Manager, MEA Astrogen, and Oliver, you are partner at 2031 Consulting. And you can hear me. We're sure of this, yes? Excellent. Yes. Stuart, I'm going to start with you only because I think you've got some shiny little data bits to share with us for local markets. So the question I want you to look at before we deep dive into predictive analytics and a better guest experience, this is the last session. So one of the things we're looking for is a bit of a positive note as well, and trying to figure out where the bright spots are. So Stuart, if you've got anything that will make us feel better about the current predicament that no pressure, but if you can make us feel a bit better about life, that'd be lovely. Over to you.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Mohammed. Yeah, I think I do have some good slides to share with you, so I can add some positive, but cheer up the mood a little bit, as I think a lot of the guests today have done already. So I'll just quickly whiz through some of these, and you can actually see. So, I mean, just a bit about Sojern there. I mean, kind of what we do, and now we are helping travel marketers to kind of understand data and actually drive those solutions through marketing as we look at insights and all the hundreds of millions of traveler profiles we see on a monthly basis. And a lot of these trends we have taken are through from this. Sorry, let me go back a slide. Yeah, so we go back to the first slide there, so I can just quickly touch through that. So, I mean, as you can see on the slide, what we've done, we've laid on a lot of search, booking, and location data pieces, so we can get a better picture of the travel behavior and how that's changing. So looking at UAE hotel bookings, we've seen a steady signs of continued recovery, and traveler confidence has increased over the last 6 to 9 months. Due to local travel restrictions easing, increase in PCR testing, and the UAE ramping up efforts in vaccination rollout. What we also see is that working from home and limiting social interaction blurs the distinction between weekend and weekdays, where we used to see a clear distinction of that in the past. You'll see mapping out the last few years on this slide, data from 2019, 2020, and 2021. We're just below 2019 levels in Q4 and Q1 to date. And this is substantiated by some interesting news I heard this morning, with occupancy levels in Dubai and Abu Dhabi for February among some of the highest levels in the world. Dubai was 60% and Abu Dhabi even higher at 65% respectively for February. So yeah, it's all being driven by mostly strong domestic demand though, as we can see in some of the next slides. Let me just click through to that. Yeah. So here we're looking at some hotel and flight bookings into the UAE, and we're seeing hotels or lodging bookings recover much faster than air. The numbers are indexed, but you can see on the lodgings, bookings increasing 34% in Dubai and 18% in Abu Dhabi. That's a week commencing March 6th, so earlier in the month when it's compared to 2020. Flights or air continues to struggle due to closed borders, reduced plane capacity, and individual safety precautions. However, you can see a notable jump in December when Dubai, for example, we're in the orange color, was open basically, and we did see how quickly that opening actually turned into a big bump in passenger demand. So I think that's notable when things do improve. There's going to be that pent-up demand or revenge travel that people are going to want to travel again when the conditions are right. this slide is looking at global hotel booking data by region taken from January last year. And looking at the MEA as a region, you can see we're pretty much in the middle of the pack here. MEA began to see a pickup in late May as borders began to open and has steadily increased as restrictions have eased. What's interesting to look at too is some of the other global markets though. As we know, we're all pretty familiar with how MEA is trending. US and Canada, which is the purple line there, is least impacted, declined a little bit in the fall, the return to school and the rise of COVID cases. But currently it's amazingly sitting at just off pre-pandemic levels. Latam and Caribbean lagged other regions as they remain closed longer. And Europe's had it tough. It's had second lockdowns in July, continued restrictions over the winter, and that's led to one of the slowest recoveries of global regions. You'll see further breakdown of countries who are and aren't recovering quicker than others. But what is interesting is that some markets like Russia and parts of the US are seeing higher year-on-year booking data. So I do have one last slide, which I'm trying to get to there. Yeah, and it's just, sorry about that. Yeah, just looking at the last slide, I mean, there's noticeable COVID trends. And I mean, this is a trend we have seen when it comes to booking windows, with travelers booking a lot closer to departure. So you can see our focus on MEA again, looking at March 2021 to 2020. You'll see here, MEA, we saw 68% of bookings happening in March, so now, rather than 60% same time last year. And this goes hand in hand with domestic booking trends, where you usually see a lot shorter booking windows. But also caution from travelers who are still reluctant to plan those big trips and leave plans to the last minute to see the latest COVID restrictions. We have, however, started to see some more encouraging signs when it comes to travel trends for MEA hotspots in destinations over the summer, like in destinations like Seychelles, Egypt, as well as other hotspots like the Maldives, Portugal, Singapore, seeing strong intent from other markets. And this is positive as it means customer confidence is coming back. So those are just some positive looking trends for everyone as we're wrapping up the day, but I thought I'd share those, and they're very...
Well, thank you very much for that, and indeed some positivity. Oliver, so let me see if we got that right. From what we saw on those slides, the MEA is opening up a bit, but those big vacation decisions are still not really happening because people are booking closer to the date and for shorter durations because of the volatility. Would that be a summation to an extent of what you spoke about, Stuart?
Yeah, I think you kind of spot on there.
Right, brilliant. Oliver, now we've seen some lovely, positive, hopeful numbers from Stuart. Will you tell us just a little bit and tell our audience here, what are you tracking? I know that you track how markets are perceived by tourists. So that means, say, for example, if I want to go on a holiday right now or a business trip, which market am I going to be going to, and has my perception of that market shifted during COVID periods? Would I be right in saying that's what you do, or have I gotten it completely wrong?
No, that's totally right. It's spot on to echo what Stuart just said. We track what consumers think and how they perceived travel destinations. You know, this is done through a whole combination of primary and secondary research that we do, and then kind of determine what kind of strategies destinations need to undertake to capture their competitive advantage.
So what are you seeing? So if you pick up, like, say, common say destinations, let's look at, we're in the region, let's look at, say, an Abu Dhabi, let's look at Dubai, let's look at like our regional friends, let's look at other markets. How are perceptions of destinations changing during the pandemic? And is that linked to vaccinations, or what's going on there? Give us some insight into how people's minds are perceiving destination markets.
Sure. So we're seeing two dynamics. I think the first one is general brand perceptions of destinations, and specifically in the Middle East, have really not shifted dramatically in this last, 14 months of COVID. There's still, a higher degree of awareness of the destinations, and this is partly given, all of the marketing that they do. And there's still, a high degree of interest in traveling to these destinations. Let's park that over there to the right-hand side. On the left-hand side, you have a consumer that is just unbelievably confused with everything to do with travel and tourism. They have a high degree of inspiration in terms of wanting to travel, but this is clouded by a high degree of confusion in the marketplace and in the industry. Can I travel? Is my insurance going to be valid? Am I going to have to quarantine when I'm there in the destination? Is that destination still going to be open if I book my tickets, a couple of weeks from now or months from now? And that confusion is really inhibiting a lot of the decisions that consumers generally make before travel, planning decisions and booking related decisions. But in terms of their perceptions around destination brands, we haven't really seen a lot of movement in that last 14 months.
So interestingly, the perceptions of these brands or destination brands continue to be relatively well, I wouldn't say stagnant, but relatively constant, which means that if your marketing efforts, they're probably doing, if you're doing them, you're holding your brand steady. That's excellent. But I think both of you gentlemen have put forward the fact that the volatility means that these decisions in terms of, okay, I like a destination, but am I actually going to catch a flight and go there right now? I think that's still up in the air. So my next question then, of course, is, well, but then how can we help these people make those decisions and get them in the air and bring them over to us or to where they want to go? Stuart, why don't you go first? I know that you've got the macro level picture, but do you have any thoughts on how we can get people traveling again, really?
Yeah, I think it's all to do with confidence. UAE has done a very good job when it comes to kind of vaccine rollouts. I think we're second highest in the world when it comes to vaccines per head. So keeping that positivity going. Oliver mentioned some of the great work the two bigger DMOs are doing in the region, and as far as still marketing all the great things to happen in the UAE, whether that be in Abu Dhabi, whether it be Dubai, for example. So I think if they can keep doing that, and then look at areas where air routes are open, right? So where people can fly into and concentrate on those markets in the short term, and then as the world starts to open up, and especially some parts in Europe, maybe it will take another couple of months, but then really start digging into those kind of destinations when people are able to travel in and the air routes are open. I think that's a good way for people to focus on that.
Oliver, over to you. Who are our tourists, and where are they? When are they? When can we get them on flights? Do you have any perception data that you'd like to share around those points?
Yeah, for sure, Mohammed. So, first thing, Stuart's completely right. We need to build confidence back, and there's travelers that have a higher degree of confidence or trust in the system and trust in destinations are more likely to travel. But the thing is, travel and tourism is not a right brain activity. It's not about confidence. It's not about trust. It's about emotion. And destinations can attract a type of consumer, that higher value experiential type traveler, through the emotional left side of the brain. Unfortunately, we're dealing in this environment of very right brain decisions, again, with, dealing with confusion and dealing with whether or not things are open. And, one of your previous speakers was talking about how, Abu Dhabi and UAE have been, very good about having these, health and safety policies in place.
That appeal to emotion and elevating our marketing game. Predictive analytics. First, actually, I'm going to ask you, the investment in predictive analytics and ensuring that you have data gathered across all touch points to improve the customer experience. Is it worth it? Number one, under normal circumstances, but specifically right now during the pandemic, should we divert resources to making that journey better? Or are there more uses for that money? I have some idea of Oliver's thoughts on this, but Stuart, if you want to add something before I go to Oliver on this. Predictive analytics, are they a good use of money right now to elevate the customer experience? Because we need to bring them here or bring them to, say, their destination market, whichever destination market you might be representing. all of you people who are joining us. But once they're there, is it worth it to use predictive analytics to elevate their experience?
Yeah, I think so. If not more important now than ever. I mean, I think if you can add that kind of value into the experience when they are here, and we can kind of look into those analytics of what they like to do, where they want to go, how they feel safe in doing these kind of things. I think all those benefits are tangible benefits that will enhance the user experience when they're on the ground, and I think that's more important than ever now.
Brilliant. Thanks for that. So we think it is important. But Oliver, how about in an aspirational sense? Yes, it is incredibly important to build that brand loyalty and to have those consumers come back and give them, like you said, an emotional reason to revisit, if you will, as well. But in reality, are we doing it? I mean, is anybody actually holding their hands up from and saying we want to elevate the guest experience, or are people right now predominantly concerned with, well, let's get volumes of people flying? So I guess what I'm saying is it cheap and cheerful that we're aiming for, or are we actually looking for these, say, premium guest experiences through predictive analytics?
So, we're in a crisis, and in a crisis scenario, you tend to react. And we're an industry that, if we've been in crises before, the economic crash of 2009 or SARS in 2003, we tend to lower prices because there's the business imperative to ensure that people are able to travel back into the destination so that we're maintaining some level of revenue. We have an opportunity, really a once in a generation opportunity right now. And Mohammed, to answer your question, we can go the route of focusing on products, and we tend to do this in this region in the Middle East. We're really good about having products, very big buildings, big large malls, and we call those physical assets. It would be an awesome opportunity now through predictive analytics to understand that consumers are not necessarily driven to come to destinations because of products. They're interested in coming to destinations, and they'll become loyal consumers and spend more because of experiences. The next logical link in that value chain between products, product development, into experience development. It's not just about building the museum. It's about really educating your museum staff. So when a consumer comes in that door, they're not just looking at the physical assets, but they're engaging with the curator of the museum to understand how that artifact was dug up, got into the museum, and the story behind it. Those are the kind of things that get the intrepid consumer excited about the destination. And we know they exist. They're about 12% of the market right now. And they've managed to stay true in those numbers during this COVID period. If anything, these are the ones that are going to come back once we've, as Stu said, built back that confidence, built back consumer trust. These are the ones that are going to be ripe to come to destinations in the Middle East, in Abu Dhabi, and spend their money.
Excellent point. So yes, we're all in crisis mode right now, but at the same time, when we build, you build with an eye to the future, and your future travelers are the people that you wow with experiences today, and predictive analytics plays a role there. Have either of you gentlemen a case study or any experience, or perhaps you could offer some guidance on which touch points are really important to monitor and gather data on in the consumer journey? Because my understanding is that obviously the data gathering process needs to start long before the flight is booked and continue long after a tourist has come, visited, and left and gone back to their home country. Would I be right in that assessment? And where can we measure these points? And if you could give us some examples, either one of you can take this, but perhaps but Stuart, if you have something to say on the matter.
Yes, so I mean, if I look at it from my Sojan hat on, a lot of what we're doing is pre-trip. So it's kind of looking at the data when people are starting to really early engagement in their dreaming phase of the holiday process, all the way up to the point of bookings, and measuring that kind of path to purchase. If we're seeing that, and if we're looking at kind of booking windows, if we're engaging with people, like personalization really comes into a chat. And looking at ways whereby we can engage with users to entice them to come in a destination with different types of creatives, and then working closely with vendors on the ground, right? So it's your hotels and it's your attractions, and working with these people to know how to reach the intended those who are coming into a destination, and what kind of offers to send out to them, right? So if it's a family traveling, if it's a couple, if it's a solo traveler, they're all potentially interested in different things. So I think by measuring those kind of, with Sojourn, when we're measuring those kind of data points, building out these audiences, helping reach people at scale from different markets, I think that's what really adds a lot of value and benefits.
Fantastic. And just if I could ask you, without, I mean, I'm not asking you to give away the trade secrets or have this descend into jargon, but when you say that we do a lot of measurement work and a lot of engagement work from pre-booking all the way to, booking that flight, what exactly are you measuring and how are you measuring it? Maybe an example to help us actually understand in concrete fashion to it.
Yeah, so what I mean by that is looking at intent data points. So, for example, it could be somebody traveling from London through to Abu Dhabi with a family of 4. What other destinations is he considering when he's actually looking to travel as part of his trip and his journey? So more often than not, a traveler wouldn't be just interested in one destination. They'll be searching for multiple destinations. And it's then how can you entice that traveler to visit your destination, for example, and then how long that takes, if it's over a couple of days, it's a couple of weeks, the amount of searches conducted during that period. So it's all down to that, really.
Oliver, give us your thoughts on the matter. Are you in agreement with Stuart? That's how they do it. They measure and they engage before the flight is booked. Do you have any examples of actual predictive analytics, say, and how they can be used effectively to really make each touch point count?
Yeah, for sure. So, I know Sojourn's product quite well, and it's an awesome product, and it's really good about understanding, the higher order of the path to purchase, getting people into the destination, or at least, through that planning process to start thinking about the destination. I think there is a little bit of a white space in our industry around the other side of the equation, which is really that advocacy loop. It's not necessarily that we've got them in the destination and we know where they're traveling to. We can do this through tools like Arrivalist, etc. We need to understand after they've left that destination, how they become advocates for the destination to influence their friends and family networks, and then inspire them to be brand ambassadors or destination ambassadors. We're doing a little bit of work with a few destinations in the Middle East. We work with the good folks in Abu Dhabi, but I don't think we as an industry have really fully cracked this. Some suppliers like TripAdvisors, etc., will say that they're able to fully understand the ratings and review and what consumers are thinking about a visitor experience or product or a destination. But we still haven't cracked as an industry that correlation back to becoming that advocate of the destination. I'd love to say that we do it, but we don't. But I think this is a key thing that our industry needs to crack, and especially now, so that we can truly understand what's going to inspire that traveler of the future as our industry continues to evolve through this COVID period.
Actually, and that is such an interesting one, and all of you watching, I don't know if you'd agree, but the point that Oliver has made, that the industry still slightly struggles with, well, what to do with tourists after they've come back, and even if it's local tourism. Here, for example, even in the region, when you go to an attraction, when you go to anything, you always get this faint sort of request that drops into your email saying, would you like to review us? But that's it. The engagement essentially ends there. And the funny thing is that there's a far more robust channel for complaints resolution. Like if you actually had a concern, there'd be a team jumping in to help you. If your experience is quite good and you want to take that, or very good rather, and you want to take that forward and you want to engage with, say, a hotel or resort that you've stayed in, etc., very often, being asked to do a review, there's nothing very much else there. So certainly something to work on. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we don't have a whole lot of time left. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for your insights. I'm going to give you some final words, most definitely. But before we do, you will remember that before we started, we gave the audience here a poll question. We said, what is the biggest barrier for you to travel right now? Normally, I would give you the answer and then we would discuss it. But in this case, I want to try and understand both from Oliver and Stuart. Stuart, if you were asked a question like this in the industries, across the industries and markets you work with, and said, the biggest barrier to travel right now, is it financial worries, safety, regulation, lack of flights? And Oliver, for you as well, financial worries, safety, regulation, or lack of flights, stopping you from hopping on a plane right now. What sort of breakdown would you expect? Stuart, what do you think? Have a guess.
So it was financial, I would say, is probably maybe towards the bottom of aspirational travelers. I would say regulations would be quite high, and safety would be high. I would say those two probably top. And the third one was, I'm missing one, aren't I?
Lack of flights, the actual physical lack of seats or planes flying.
Yeah. Yeah, I suppose, I mean, if you can't fly into destinations, that would be pretty hard too, right? But that would be relevant to depending on where you are.
Oliver, your thoughts? Your choices: financial worry, safety, regulation, and actually physically a lack of flights.
I'm going to completely echo what Stuart said. I believe that regulation is probably very top. Then in the middle, I think you've got safety concerns or somewhat related just underneath them. Then I would say flights, and then I would say the financial concern. You know, we are in a pseudo recession in some markets, but you know, real estate prices are just booming in so many countries. We've got this, you know, increased paper wealth. So I think financial worries will always be trumped by the need for the connection, the ability to want to travel. That said, I think we as an industry are not doing ourselves any favor in being able to effectively communicate clear messaging across the value chain to prospective consumers. I'm a Canadian living in Berlin, and I really don't even know whether or not in a month and a half I can go home back to Canada. And that's looking at 50 different websites across the value chain. We as an industry need to provide very clear information. Destinations like Abu Dhabi need to provide very clear information to prospective to eliminate that confusion. Once we do that, inspiration and emotion will take hold and we'll get people traveling again.
Well, there we go. If you make it easier, people will come. Sometimes that's a bit difficult because with the actual facts on the ground changing, of course, things change around. But let's take a quick look at that poll. So here, if we put it up on your screen, the biggest barriers to it, you were right on the money that if you're an aspirational family or aspirational traveler, financial worries are not going to be a big concern for you. In this instance, 0%. That's right. We have over hundreds of people with us, and none of them think that financial concerns would stop them getting on a plane, which means that we're either really desperate or we're quite incredibly rich. Both good things. Obviously, looking at the poll again, 30% of people are concerned about safety, and that has ramifications in terms of, you know, actually catching the virus or being stuck somewhere with some sort of illness, I suppose. But it is 0% actually that are concerned about absolute lack of flights. And again, so that shows something to the region, that if people are determined, they're quite determined that they will be able to find a flight. So the only thing that is holding people back, 70% say it is, in point of fact, the regulation. And I think that speaks very loudly to your point, Oliver, that as destinations of us need to just do a bang-up job of being quite clear as to what we're offering and what we're not, so that we can build that certainty about regulations, so that imagination can do the rest. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in very warmly thanking Stuart and Oliver. It was a pleasure, gentlemen. Thank you very much.
Now, I'm joined by a very special guest, Lisa Cummins, who's the Minister for Tourism and International Transport for Barbados, who during 2020 was handed a rather tough brief in the middle of a pandemic. Lisa, thank you very much for joining us at the Abu Dhabi Tourism and Data Analytics Forum.
Thank you so much for inviting me. I'm quite pleased to be here. Prime Minister Motley sends her warm greetings. She would have loved to be here with you as well, but we're very happy to be participating in this at this time. I think one thing I should flag for you is that we have just appointed a new ambassador to the UAE, and he's going to be taking up office very soon. He is an amazing technologist. He has spent a lot of time building up things like blockchain and mobile money, and he's now doing a number of great entrepreneurial initiatives. So he's going to be based in the UAE, and hopefully you'll get a chance to talk a little bit more with him about the data analytics and technology more generally.
So you were given quite a tough brief in 2020. I mean, being made Minister for Tourism and international transport for Barbados in the middle of a global pandemic. Some might say that was one of the toughest briefs that you could have. Do you agree?
I think so. I think so. I think that tourism certainly has been in a state of implosion, certainly for the last year and a half or so. And being asked to take responsibility for the ministry at such a time was both a challenge and a privilege from Prime Minister, because you're simultaneously dealing with a sector that has been historically the source of all of our GDP, 35,000 persons that are employed in the sector. We are largely listed as a tourism-dependent economy globally, and we have a number of linkages to the wider economy that are driven by our connections to agriculture and to manufacturing and the services industry, including the creative and the cultural industries. And so to be asked to take responsibility for a sector that was at the time globally and nationally in free fall was, you know, it took a minute. You started to breathe. And then when you added onto that international transport, then you started to rationalize, okay, so we have to do a couple of things. One, we have to, in Prime Minister's words, stop the bleeding. And so we have to be able to deal with what's happening at the borders, because at the time initially we didn't have that many local cases. And so we had to navigate with the Ministry of Health and the public health officials what was happening. So one would have been stopping the bleeding. Two would have been rationalizing where we planned it to go, because inevitably we had to come to a post-COVID environment at some point. And as a small country, we have to always be future-proofing what our development trajectory is going to look like. And so we have spent a significant amount of time over the last few months preparing for a post-COVID tourism sector. And actually on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday of next week, in partnership with the Inter-American Development Bank, the United Nations World Tourism Organization, and all of our local stakeholders, we will be having a national consultation on the reimagined tourism sector and what it's going to look like in a post-COVID environment. And that's on the one hand. Then you add international transport, and I often say we've treated it as though it's a stepchild and not a critical part of our domestic economy. And so we actually just recently at the level of cabinet approved the development of a national aviation strategy for Barbados, which is meant for the first time to open up an entirely new set of services by way of looking at the sector in cargo, in private aircraft services, in hangar services, in education and aviation. So all of those things connected to tourism, but separate from still, we are now in the process of developing. And so yes, it's been a challenge without question, but it has also been a tremendous opportunity for us to build something that's new and better and brighter.
Fantastic. Now, I know that you're still in the consultation process, but you must have some idea at this point. What's the way back? What's the new future going to look like in advance of those consultations? A few broad brushstrokes for Barbados.
So there are a couple of things, and I think the first thing that I will start is with the national agenda. One of the things that we are seeing here in Barbados and globally has been that with people having to work from home, people have begun to start to explore their own country. And so domestic tourism is a significant push for Barbados, getting Barbadians to understand what we have to offer and what visitors travel from around the world in a short-term basis and a long-term basis to come here and enjoy. And so you will be seeing a significant push from us for domestic tourism and community-owned and community-led tourism entrepreneurship, which is inclusive of women and youth getting more actively involved in what's happening. Secondly, you're going to be seeing a heavy dependence on disruptive technologies. What we have seen, and I use the example all the time with going into lockdown here in Barbados, for example, we were typically used to going outside and going to the supermarkets and picking our groceries and smelling our fruits and seeing if they're ready. And with the restrictions, we were forced to stay inside, and you saw many local businesses finding themselves dealing with disruptive technologies and having to introduce them into their business operations. Tourism is simply going to be no different, and the same thing for international transport, including the integration of things like blockchain technology and digital passports and the use of electronic provision of information in advance of the advanced passenger information systems. So all of those kinds of things you're going to be seeing coming through. And then the third element that I would want to prioritize is skills and people development. So we typically have had 3 tertiary level institutions here that have trained persons for an employment for a future and careers in the tourism and hospitality industry. But what is the future of tourism globally? What are the new niches and the new sectors and industries that are emerging? And how does Barbados become a top-rated, world-class, globally accredited destination for both tourism skills as well as the export of those skills to other tourism developing economies? So you'll see some of those broad brushstrokes coming out from us. And of course, the questions of greater investment in entrepreneurial development, greater investment in investment attraction into the tourism industry. You're also going to be looking at outward flows of investment from Barbados and franchising of tourism expertise into other economies so that you're able to repatriate capital to Barbados as a domicile. So you're going to be seeing those integrations into education, international business, investment rolling out from the tourism industry in the future from Barbados.
Well, they're not the only areas where you're proving to be utterly proactive and innovative. 2020 was the beginning of the era of remote work, and Barbados was one of the very first countries to embrace this trend and to say, come one, come all, come to Barbados, do your work here. What was the thinking behind that? Your government actually went after these workers. Why?
We did, because I think one of the things that we became very clear on when we looked at the research was that it became very difficult for short-term travelers in particular to travel to a country, have to deal with 14 days of quarantines, to test and retest, and then, monitoring thereafter. It really imploded the short stay visitor economy. And more people kept saying, well, my country is going into lockdown. I am able to work from home, and home can be anywhere. So people started to say, well, if I'm used to vacationing in Barbados under ordinary circumstances on any given day, why not work from Barbados for a year? And so this is what we started to put together here in Barbados. And I'd like to think that other countries were very quick to follow suit, because it really was a phenomenal initiative. In the initial stages, perhaps when we launched the program in July, by the end of July, I was just joining the ministry at the time, but the data showed us that there were people who I met subsequently. I met some of these people in September of last year, and they said to us, the minute that Barbados announced it, they were the first ones to sign up, and they made every effort to be here. So we saw remote workers. We saw persons who were in technology. We saw people who work in government. We've even seen some of our development institutions, persons who are working remotely from all over the world, that they have opted to work from here in Barbados. And so it's a phenomenal initiative. I can commend the Prime Minister without even hesitating for having initiated the push to go in this direction. And of course, it's something that we expect will continue in the near future, because the number one question being asked of us by all of our visitors is it going to be extended? Can we stay for longer?
And will they be?
We hope so. We hope so. The world that the welcome stamp responded to hasn't changed. We're still dealing with COVID. We're still dealing with lockdowns. People are still unable to go into their offices in the same way. And so there will be inevitably a discussion at the policymaking level of what an extension period would and could look like. But we expect to be able to respond to the demands of the market, and the demands are most definitely there.
Now, in terms of, you mentioned data, I'd like to ask you, in terms of your data, what you might have learned at this stage. Your source market for tourism is USA, Canada, and perhaps Europe. I know you've got plenty of Irish, as I am, heading over to Barbados quite regularly. Were you able to penetrate other markets with this initiative?
So I'm going to say to you that if you're Irish, and I think tomorrow or by the weekend, you'll hear an announcement of one of the new initiatives that we're working on in terms of airlift coming out of Ireland a little later on in this year. But just keep watching this space. You'll hear from us soon. But in terms of the demands and our source markets, yes, we typically do have the majority of our traffic coming out of the US and the UK. Obviously, the UK has been in lockdown, and there is the expectation that we're not going to be seeing a lot of traffic coming out of the UK, pending the announcements that we will hear from the UK Prime Minister on the 17th of May. But the US market, interestingly, from the beginning of the program, was in fact our strongest market, the US and Canada. But surprisingly also, there were so many people who had never even traveled to Barbados, people who were from Spain, people from Cuba, and they just picked up their entire families, husbands and wives and 3 kids, and they moved to Barbados. But I also want to be careful not to separate the long stay economy from the short-term economy. So a single family of 4, for example, coming on the remote stamp and working here in Barbados under the welcome stamp for a year, they're bringing their mom, their mother-in-law, their friends and their relatives are also coming to visit. They're coming to visit for Christmas, as many of them did last year. They're talking about whether or not their relatives who are on their own in the UK or in the US or wherever else they're living can come and stay for a little bit with them as well. And so we're seeing that one family of 4 having the multiplier effect and turning into 20 and 30 and even more. When you multiply that out, then you start to see a significant trend, which is, I think, quite positive.
It is absolutely wonderful, and I'm so glad that it's worked out for you. Tell me, from the connectivity point of view and also from the infrastructure point of view, did the government of Barbados have to put measures in place, and also in terms of making it easy for people to do business?
So we have 2 ministries in Barbados that are predominantly driven by this imperative. We have the Ministry of Innovation, Science and Technology that has maintained an extremely strong relationship with all of the local service providers that really then stepped up to the plate very quickly after the introduction of the welcome stamp to provide dedicated packages. And so some people, for example, were able to benefit from the 2 major service providers coming on board very quickly and saying, here is a welcome stamp package. Here is this amount of data, and you could access it anywhere in the world. Some people even gave them devices and so on as part of the packages. And so we saw those private sector and public sector partnerships being rolled out very quickly. We also saw the investment in the expansion of bandwidth and broadband services so that people were able to be comfortable working both from their apartments or their villas or their rental houses in the depths of a Barbadian traditional community, or on the villas. In some places, people sent videos. There was a fantastic BBC documentary done last year on that, and they showed people who were working from their villas on the beaches, literally just sharing the experience with many people. But connectivity is obviously pivotal to what we do here. We have one of the fastest fixed broadband speeds in the Caribbean. It's actually faster than in the UK. So we didn't really need to do a whole lot at this stage. But accessibility now, that is one thing that we probably need to do a little bit more on. And we're working with our local service providers. Here in Barbados, we have Digicel and Flow, and they will be working with us to expand the current offering of data package options and mobile Wi-Fi options. So we're seeing those things evolving in response to the demand.
Now, the UAE has just announced this week plans for a remote working visa. You have the experience of knowing the benefits that this type of arrangement can bring. In your opinion, can the UAE benefit from the same positioning as Barbados?
I think so. I think they have a unique value proposition, of course, given their location and their geopolitical significance and the countries that are around them. So they have a unique value proposition. But absolutely, there are a number of key things that any country can learn from the Barbados experience. So, for example, one of the things that we found was important was the ease of doing business and the ability to set up bank accounts and to move money from your personal account at your home country to here in Barbados, the ability to find adequate housing within the within the time frame that you're preparing to come to the country. Another element of that was that we found that many of the persons who were looking to come to Barbados wanted the authentic Barbadian experience. They did not want to feel like they were expatriates, and they didn't want to feel like they were visitors. They wanted their children to go to local schools, and so international schools on the one hand versus public Barbadian schools where they could come and they could integrate with a Barbadian family. We found a lot of that in terms of the interest of people. And so the UAE and any of the other countries who have done that, I think one key message is that there has to be authenticity. People are coming to feel safe. People are coming to be able to escape their home countries and whatever they're dealing with there in terms of COVID infection rates, but they're also coming for an authentic, almost year abroad experience. And that's really the best thing that we can offer them.
Lisa Cummins, Minister of Tourism and International Transport for Barbados. Thank you so much for joining us at the Abu Dhabi Tourism and Data Analytics Forum. It's been a pleasure speaking to you.
Thank you so much for having me.
Ladies and gentlemen, so we've made it. We've come to the end of what has been a fantastic and informative day. I hope you've enjoyed it even half as much as we've enjoyed being in your presence, albeit virtually, and for curating these talks with you. And we really, really hope that we can continue this discussion after the forum as well, because platforms such as this serve as an excellent meeting point for the entire industry to come together. But the important thing is to keep the momentum going and to make sure that these discussions then inform our actions and have a positive feedback loop that just snowballs into bringing the recovery closer. Now, it has been a genuine pleasure being part of this with you, and the line of thank yous that we must give out is long, but first, of course, we'd have to start by thanking Your Excellency Saud Abdulaziz Al Husseini, the Under Secretary of the Department of Culture and Tourism for Abu Dhabi, because right at the outset, he set the tone of the event and spurred us on to make sure that we deliver on a power-packed agenda. And of course, a huge, massive thank you to our wonderful speakers and panelists for sharing so freely of their time and their insights. And, you know, their knowledge and their willingness to share it was tremendously appreciated. And, of course, a thank you now coming up to my fellow moderator, Eve. Thank you very much for holding everything together so brilliantly and for giving us so many sessions with so many crucial invites. And a huge thank you to the team, of course, at the back of the house, who've been working so very hard to bring it all together over a period of days, weeks, and even months.
But the biggest thank you of all goes to you, our wonderful audience. You've been with us through it all. You have gained an insight and you have given us feedback that we're absolutely delighted with. You have helped to input the data that has made this event what it is. Thank you, audience.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name's Hisham Wine.
And I'm Eve Hester.
We are both supremely pleased to have had the privilege of being your hosts and moderators. We're going to be signing off, but for final words, we're going to be bringing back the person who started this session, who started this program with us, Mariam Al-Zabi.
Thank you, Eve. Thank you, Sean, for moderating today's event. Now, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes Abu Dhabi Tourism and Data Analytics Forum. We hope you enjoyed today's session and are able to take away information that will benefit you and the wider tourism industry in the future. Thank you all for joining us today. We hope to see you all soon again.